Just a quick reminder to everyone, if you wish to speak during the public hearing, open citizens comment section, over here on the table to my left to your right is the sign-up sheets over there. Please sign up to speak.
Where are you going?
You see, I'm like, I'm sitting on.
Is Brooks here from SUV?
Yeah, we can.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Blythewood Town Council regular scheduled May council meeting. Today is Tuesday, May the 27th, 2025. The time is now 6 p.m. Ms. Durst, would you please call the roll, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Page?
Here.
Councilman Brock?
Here.
Councilwoman Fripp?
Here.
Councilman McHenrick?
Here.
Mayor Griffin?
Here, thank you, ma'am. Was the agenda posted according to state law?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, I'll be looking for a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir. In looking at this agenda, it is extremely heavy. And I believe that there are certain items, even sections rather, that, quite frankly, call upon their own meetings. Just under public hearing, or actually Section 5, new business, letter D, or letter C rather, which should be letter D, there's a mislabeling there. Discussion and approval of ordinance 2025-005, which is the annual budget. That could be an hour or so discussion in and of itself. So I actually would like to make a motion to postpone indefinitely the following items. Under Section 4, Park Security items, items A, B, C, D, and E. And I would like to further add items B and C under new business, which would, on our things, would be A and B, which would be discussion of ordinance 2025-003 and 2025-004. These items need more time.
Hold on. Give me that last one, 004.
Yeah. A and B, well, it's A and B on our sheet, but it should be B and C.
Yeah, should be B and C.
All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Brock, are you proposing that we call maybe a special call meeting to discuss this, or are you looking to do this at our next regularly scheduled meeting?
Well, Mr. Balthazar, if I'm not mistaken, the last time we were here and we We postponed indefinitely. We determined that that means that it would be at the next regularly scheduled meeting. However, there would be nothing that would prevent, good enough. There would be nothing that would prevent us from calling a special meeting to address some of these in the interim. There wouldn't be any issue with that, would there?
I think that's correct. You just, when a special meeting is called, I think the purpose of the special meeting needs to be stated at the time it's asked for or called.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Okay. All right. Did that answer your question, Councilwoman Pruitt?
It does.
Okay. All right, I'm just gonna make a comment on this. We sent this agenda out as a draft. We did some changes once something was recognized that was out of place. It would be very appreciative of members that if you see something like this, send it to our interim administrator, our clerk. Yes, this is a heavy agenda, but this is an agenda that was called upon by the people to get these changes in place, to roll it, and stop slow rolling, have the difficult conversations. This will help us in the administrative end understand where you all are so that we're not wasting time, that we're spending the time in the right place. So this gives me pause because we really need to understand where you want to go. We in budget, and we got to handle the business. But you have made a motion to amend the agenda. I'll be looking for a second on that motion.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I might interject, I guess I do understand what Mayor Pro Tem Brock is saying, that, and I understand your point as well, with regard to the fact that, you know, the public is wanting this, but I do believe that this agenda is just heavy, and I think that there may be a need to call a special meeting, whether it be this week or the beginning of next week, and I don't know that next week, if we were to call a meeting, that it would slow down the progress of some of the stuff here that's under Section 4.
It would definitely give us, if you don't approve something under Section 4, it would be very helpful to not approve it, but give some recommendations on what you're looking for.
So let me ask this.
And also too, with the new item on the HVAC, we have 2 units in this building that really needs to be replaced.
That's not one that's recommended being removed.
What is, give me that one.
You've got 2 A's under new business.
You got first reading A, or that's what you're saying? First reading A under new business?
Yes,
No.
if that's a separate,
Yes, it is. It is
then
separate.
first reading A, first reading B. Okay,
Okay.
fair enough.
So you want to postpone the curfew
Yes?
and the update to the park rules?
First reading A and B go hand in hand with everything that's in Section 4. It's all, it's one big family.
Okay, so we got a motion. I'm looking for a second on this so we can get through this.
I will second it as long as we can establish, what I would like is for us to establish, Mayor Pro Tem, since you made the motion, what I would like for us to do is if we're going to postpone this in any way, is for us to go ahead and establish a special called meeting, because clearly the public is wanting this, but I feel like, you know, if we were to set a meeting for, let's say, the beginning of next week, then at least we give the public that they know that we're going to move forward on this and not postpone it until next meeting.
Okay, that's a fair request. Then I think that everybody should whip out their calendars and see what dates are available for next week.
Pete. Pete,
For what it's worth, I'm going to be out of the country next week,
Okay.
available next week.
We can come with you.
And- And we need you available for this. Okay,
When do you return?
so that means you're gonna skip a week.
So can we do it?
The
later
ninth,
this
the week of
It's
the week of the
Tuesday.
ninth?
Can we do it later this week?
Yeah, the week of the 9th.
Can we do it Thursday? The 29th. Are you available on the 29th?
We may want to check and see if the mayor is available.
No, that's right.
Yeah, you gotta check on the manor. That's what it is.
So,
What about Thursday of this week?
oh, yeah. Mr. Mayor, was there three, if you gonna get hit on, was there three different, what you call it, quotes on these things, or no? Are they gonna ask for that?
So, while they're waiting, and we have a
Yes,
second on
sir.
the floor, correct, Mr. Mayor?
You do?
No, hold on, let's get with Ed. Is it available, sir?
This Thursday.
It is? Okay,
We're confirming, but we believe it.
okay. So is Thursday good with everybody up here?
Thursday is, with me.
Is that good with, is that good with you, Councilman McKendry?
It is, Mr. Mayor. I do have a comment when we get into the discussion part of this motion.
But Thursday's good for you?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. So Thursday's good, we'll do that
Sure.
okay.
I can amend the motion to include a meeting on Thursday at 6 PM.
Okay. All right, you got that, I know it's a lot, did you track? So he's gonna rescind his motion, his original
I'll
motion.
amend it.
Amend it. So, go ahead, sir.
I'll make a motion to postpone until May 29th at 6 PM here in Delco Manor. The following items. Section 4, park security items. A, B, C, D, and E. And under Section 5, new business, first reading, A and B. Okay. Councilwoman Fripp, do you accept that amended motion?
A and B,
A and-
under,
A and B,
under
under new business.
Section 5, new business, first reading, A and B.
Yes,
Do all those things tie together
Yes.
with Section 4?
I believe they do, yes,
And the
ma'am.
public will be able to have that meeting, addresses everything that the public wants.
Yes.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Brock, I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so there's motion made, second. All right, any discussion, Councilman McKendry?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, if this passes in preparation for Thursday, the 29th, the quotes or the estimates that were put in our docket, the first one, which would be for cameras in and around the park, totaling $64,040. There is only one estimate in here for that. Do you hold the other two estimates, or do we only have one?
No, sir, the camera provider is our main camera provider. We have always used them. And in the past, we have not bidded that. That has always been them, an upgrade into the system.
I would, if we're gonna spend $64,000, I would certainly request that we have two other companies look at this.
Yes, sir, understand, if you do that, you're gonna be replacing the entire system. It's not just 64,000. That 64,000 is add-on to areas in the park that are not covered. That's giving some enhancements to areas that are covered. So you're looking at that as a raw product, but in the totality of that, you're probably talking triple that to replace every camera in this park if you're looking at a system.
So we have a camera system we can't add on to unless this company does it?
You want that? Can you speak on the camera system for Councilman McKendrick? Sure. And just state your name and, yes, sir.
I'm Ron, I'm the National Road Security. So yeah, we've done the camera system here since 2017, I believe. You're more than welcome, to get a quote from another company. However, you're also on a maintenance plan with us. So that would nullify the maintenance plan. On top of which, I think you're asking for a lot of trouble. This is a very complex system, and I think you could be asking for a lot of trouble if you get a secondary company to come in here and start layering on top of what we've already put in place. But of course, that's your decision, and you're more than welcome to do that. We've upgraded the system, I think, once since 2017. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know how deep into this you want me to go.
How many current cameras would you still be using under this proposal?
Right now, currently, how many do you have? 96, I believe.
And you're going to be continuing to use those 96?
Yes.
So we don't have to replace any of the cameras. They're all functional.
Not replacing any of the cameras that are here right now except for 3 tag readers. The rest are additional cameras, but it's also moving the hub of the system, which is now here in the manor, to Town Hall, where it's, I think, more accessible is what I was told from for Jason, who is the main operator of this system for the town. Also, which it doesn't matter to us if the hub is there, the hub is here. But with fiber now being installed, it's a little easier to move that. So if, but that's part of the plan, which was putting into moving the hub of the system, the main operation, to the town hall. It's also upgrading the NVR, which is currently on 3 different NVRs, 2 here and 1 at town hall. It would be condensing that all into 1, which would be a 254 channel NVR, which would also give plenty of growth for additional properties, as long as they're connected with fiber or a line of sight, either one. And the reason for the 254 instead of a 128, which would be the step down, is that with these additional cameras, it would be right at full capacity, right off the get-go from the refurbishing and the additions. Would take it right almost to the limit. Also, the 254 channel is twice the RAM. So this system is so complex with I think there's over 60 transmitters throughout the park, which relay and transmit and relay between points to get back to this point, so that everything works together on this these NVRs here, and then the town hall is separate. But It's got a bigger processor in the 254 channel, which is twice the RAM. This makes for a lot smoother operation. It also holds up to 10 terabytes, 96 terabytes of hard drive, which stores quite a bit. Also, the 3 tag readers that we're changing or upgrading also have a feature that you can blacklist tags if they're problem vehicles that have been a problem in the park before. You can blacklist tags, and it sends out push notifications to whoever's on the list or whoever has the app, whether it's yourselves, the captain at the region, or some of his deputies. So that would push out notifications of blacklisted tags that come on the park.
Mr. Ron, one more question. How many cameras do we currently, you said we currently have 96?
I think it's 96, I believe.
And so if you, 128,
This
you're gonna
is
have
adding
about 32
21.
new cameras?
21 plus the 3 tag readers would be replaced.
Okay. So that put us at
About 114, I think.
120, but
Well,
whatever. Okay.
actually, I got 93 cameras, I believe is what we got. So it'd be about 114, 115.
All right, Mr. Mayor, Ron, one more. What is the cost of the service contract per year? If you just break out the service contract on its
It's
own?
$250 a month.
$250 a month?
Yes, sir. Which also, I believe you can see on the savings of that is on your quote.
Yes, sir. It's that last line item on the quote.
And I don't know if you're familiar with the maintenance plan and what it covers, if you want me to cover that.
Not right now. Just, I think you answered my question unless somebody else has.
Most of these cameras, the additional cameras, are on the trail, just in case.
All right, any other questions?
And then, Mr. Mayor, before item B, approval of funding for emergency fencing on the perimeter of Doco Meadows Park. Do we have something in the packet on fencing?
Seagrass sent their quote today, and Maverick Fencing sent theirs today for that. And these are numbers so that we can discuss. So if you want to discuss, we can.
Now, can we?
I'd like to
if you-
see them before I discuss.
Well, sir, I wanted to too, and I actually called and got them to get them to rush. I've been calling since last week, okay?
Well, there's no
So,
email in my inbox.
stand by. I don't know if you check your inboxes,
I'm looking at it right
because I don't get responses from you in your inboxes. Yeah, all of it is, if you pushing the meeting to Thursday, then you want to do this now, you want to do it Thursday.
Well, I can't do it
would
now. We
like to
haven't seen the
request
information.
This information now, so that we have it. If you've got it in your inbox, forward it to us right now, so that we have it, and we have 2 days to look at it.
So which way do y'all want to do? You want to do this meeting right now? Because it sounds like you want to go through it right now.
I want to know that we have a quote, because this says we were going to discuss and approve fencing for Doco Park, which we do not have a quote for fencing in Doco Park. So somebody has made a motion to move it to Thursday. My question to you, Mr. Mayor, is do we even have a quote? Which you're saying, yes, you got today. Don't put the cart before the horse. You're asking us to discuss and vote on something we do not have. So yes or no?
Keyword discuss
I'm done.
and vote.
No, actually
Different
discuss.
things. No, sir, no, we're not going to do this. You've been doing this for 10 months.
What?
Discuss and approve.
And we're
If
tired
you,
of
and you're tired.
Yes, sir, we
Imagine
are.
how I feel.
Unbelievable.
So unbelievable, nothing.
call the question.
Give these people
Call the
what they
question.
asked for is the discussion. We haven't had any discussion on any of these items. You guys got the agenda days ago. and said draft. Let us know what you think, whatever questions you got, and you wait until cameras turn on, and then you want to go through it.
I call the question.
No, cut
Mr.
that.
Mayor.
Yeah, I know you called the question because I'm telling the truth.
What?
So call the question, let's do the vote. Vote is on the table. Motion made and a second made. Ms. Durst, roll call, please, ma'am.
Councilwoman Page,
Yes.
Councilman Brock,
Yep.
Councilwoman Fritz,
Yes.
Councilman McKenrick,
If I was spending $500,000 on a mortgage to buy a house, I would want to know what that mortgage was before I signed the paperwork. So forward us the information so we can read it and educate ourselves on it, and I'll vote.
Just vote, man. Just vote.
Yes.
People tired of that, man. Let's vote. Ms. Durst, did you record his vote?
McKendrick, did you
Councilman
vote?
McKendrick, please vote.
yes.
And a no for me, ma'am. This community is sick and tired. Move forward on these measures.
Your council's
And
sick and
secure,
tired.
no. Pick up the phone, come by. You got the email and it's crickets. That's enough. Enough
Mayor.
is enough.
Mr.
No,
Mayor.
we're moving on. Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation by Councilwoman Fritz.
If everyone please bow their heads. Lord, we just thank you for the opportunity for us to come together tonight. We just ask that you watch over us, Lord God, that you give us guidance and wisdom as we discuss the business of the town of Blythewood. We thank you for everyone who has taken time to come out tonight. And Lord, as we leave this place after this meeting, we just ask that you watch over us and get each of us home safely. In Christ's name, amen.
Next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Town Council regular February 24th, March 24th, April 28th, special call meeting March 3rd, March 5th, March 28th, and April 1st, special call meeting and budget session April 10th, April 22nd, April 30th, and May 5th. Looking for a motion to approve the minutes as presented. And you all got those minutes in the email to preview and let us know if you've seen anything wrong with them ahead of time.
And I do have some corrections, Mr. Mayor. I do not see in our packet March 24th, special call meeting March 3rd, March 5th, and if you're ready, Ms. Sharon, I can go through the corrections that we have. February 24th is good. March 24th, I did not see in our packet. I was expecting everything to be in one packet. Okay, and there was some corrections to those, so I would have to go and dig for those. But as far as March 3rd and March 5th, I would have to go back and look because I was anticipating having everything in one packet. And then, so with the minutes for April 28th, it references approval of minutes for April 28th instead of March 28th on page 1 of 5. Section 2, under boards and committee updates, I believe Mr. Mayor Griffin had spoken about the Gateway initiative. Is that correct, Mr.
Gateway.
Gateway. So instead of indicating that nothing to report, it's actually, he briefed us on that new initiative. Is that correct? It's a new initiative. Is that right?
It's just an update to an existing initiative.
Okay, I think that was the first time I was hearing that one. And then I believe, which you've already referenced, Okay, and then I believe on page 4 of 5, it indicates that under open citizen comments, it indicates a Miss Cindy Merritt, which is here, that she's a town citizen. I just would like confirmation that she is a town citizen. I know she's a resident of Richland County, but
So I don't think that really matters at the end of the day. Let's keep the
I mean, it is minutes, and they are minutes that are recorded, so therefore because it's actually referenced differently in another set of minutes in our packet.
Okay. All right.
And if we are to review and approve, then accuracy needs to be,
These minutes were sent out to the entire body on May the 20th and asked to look over this, let the staff know if you see something.
And then in regards to the special call meeting, March 28th, page 2, the footer indicates March 5th. It should be March 28th. And then, like I said, I would have to go back and look at the other sets, those 3 other sets, in order to approve those. Yes, and then on page 3 of 5, in regards to special call meeting, April 30th? April 30th, yep. Is page 3 of 5, where it indicates Ms. Merritt is a Blythewood resident, which is different than what was referenced on the other set of the minutes. And I think that's it for the moment. So
All right.
with those corrections, I would be able to make a motion to approve the minutes with the exception of special call meeting March 3rd and 5th, as well as the approval of the minutes for March 24th, unless someone else from council can make that motion.
All right. Any other concerns with the minutes? All right. There's a motion made by Councilwoman Page to approve. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Second made. Any discussion? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Brock.
Those minutes are approved with her corrections, correct?
Her motion. Ms. Page.
That was with corrections?
With corrections, as well as follow-up to special call meeting March 3rd, March 5th, and March 24th for the regular council meeting minutes would be at a separate meeting for approval.
Okay.
All right. Councilman McKendrick, you still second that?
Yes, sir.
Clarification. Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Durst, roll call, please, ma'am.
Councilwoman Page,
Yes.
Councilman Brock,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fritz,
Yes.
Councilman McKenrick,
Yes.
Mayor Griffin.
Yes, thank you. Next item on the agenda is the town administrator report. Our interim town administrator, Ed Driggers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. In the interest of time, really very brief to let you know, my time, especially over since we've last met, has primarily been involved in the budget process, as many of you have as well. Still reviewing operations, moving forward with the assignment to review job descriptions, salary pay ranges, those types of things for our positions. So all of that work is being put into place and moving forward to meet the schedule that we've agreed upon. So everything's moving well and certainly available to answer any questions that you may have this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for our interim administrator? Thank you, sir. At this time, council, before you, you should have the FY 24-25 monthly budget reports. Did you get those?
I don't believe we have
Okay.
those.
All right, well, we'll reserve that for the actual budget, since the actuals, are they on the back, Mr.? Okay. All right. Cool. All right, at this time, it'd be boards and committee updates. Dogo Meadows Park Foundation, Councilwoman Page.
Yep, we had our regular meeting scheduled on May 5th, before one of our special council meetings, and so we were just discussing updates with regards to the state's CIP. We were working on ways of generating funding for additions to the park plans, and we do have some set meetings later this week with regards to hopefully some insight of some other ways of raising capital for the park.
Thank you, ma'am. Just one question. Any updates on the cost of the farmer's market? Did y'all talk about that?
Yes, that was after our later budget meeting. It wasn't on the same night, but I did make a phone call into Mr. Paul with regards to the farmer's market itself, and he was calling to get an update, and I actually spoke to him on Thursday and was waiting for a call back with regards to updated numbers as well as regarding the donor. So.
Okay. All right, thank you. Will that make it in time for our second reading? Just some information from that, just in. Nope.
I think so, yes. I would like to think so, yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, next on the agenda, Central Midlands Council of Government. Myself, I've been out of pocket for the last week working with budgets, but my emails haven't been anything Blythewood related from them, so nothing to really report at this time. Next is Richland County Transportation Penny Advisory Committee, TPAC, Councilman McKendry.
Mr. Mayor, I'll yield to Mr. Beckley's report from SCDOT, who I believe is with us this evening.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you. All right, thank you. At this time, we'll move to presentations. Item A, Mr. Brooks Brickley with South Carolina Department of Transportation to present update on the interchange and Highway 21 project. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for your time. Council, wanted to share some updates on the DOT interchange project for the Scout Motors plant, as well as the railroad bridge. I'm going to open, I've got some updated pictures. That's the only reason I wanted to share some of these. I know a lot of you guys are seeing and living this every day, so. Again, thank you. And essentially, I wanted to just brief you that I understand that this is a huge project for the community. And I know Scout has come in here numerous times and said the world needs Scouts. And we all want this to be a successful project between the town of Blythewood and the state. All the agencies, we're trying to do this together. We're trying to make this as smooth and as seamless as possible for everyone. So we are, as a DOT, are we're trying to make this as smooth and successful as possible. I wanted to share with you, this is the map we've been showing for the entire duration, I guess, since early 2024, of the Scout Motors facility, the interchange, the US 21 realignment, which I might be able to show you. Can you see? Nope, can't see that. So you're aware the US 21 realignment is the blue line near the bottom. The interchange there on I-77 is the major blue section. And then we've got Community Road in orange that goes from US 21 all the way up to Blythewood Road. These are all under construction right now. The phase 1 and phase 2 of Community Road, as well as our interchange and the railroad bridge. This is a lot of people have seen the construction that is in action right now, and this is a rendering of what that final interchange will look like. Just to give you, I don't know that this has been shared specifically with the council, but this is the rendering of the final orientation of that interchange. And so we've got a number of interim conditions on our project to try to advance construction of certain areas. The first one being interim condition 1, which, as you're well aware, the community road was closed on May 5th, and that was to advance the construction of the interchange through that area. There were a number of important foundation pieces of the interchange, the bridges, the ramps, and the actual community road realignment that are in direct conflict with existing community road. So soon after the road was closed, the milling began, and we are able to now start the deep foundations for the interchange bridge, as well as the ramps and the embankments for the interchange itself. So interim condition 1, that is full connectivity of community road to the south and Scout Motors Drive to the north, and that is March 2026. And that was advertised in the closing of Community Road as well. That is our first interim condition. Interim condition 2, this is a zoomed in portion for US 21, the realignment. And this is a completion of that relocated alignment, including Farrow Road, to eliminate the at-grade crossing. Some updates on work complete for the interchange itself. I've made a couple notes. You know, they're actively, they've been clearing and grubbing. We're about 90% complete on the clearing and grubbing that is happening along Community Road, along the new US 21 realignment and the new Scout Motors Drive. The asphalt milling on Community Road is complete. And if you've driven on I-77 recently, you've noticed that the widening to the inside of the median on I-77 is complete so that we can do that work on the outside lanes. And we've shifted traffic to the inside median in both directions now. Upcoming work, we're going to complete the clearing and grubbing. That will be along the US 21 and the Scout Motors Drive. There's a couple of areas that still need completion there. We're going to begin laying crossline pipes in that area as well. And then placing borrow material throughout the project, which is being brought over from the other side of the interstate to save transport time and transport distance. And then we are expecting final roadway plans the end of this week, and that will give us everything we need to continue this construction for the project. Here's a few pictures of the interchange updates. So this is actually for the railroad bridge, and as you can see, all foundations are complete for the railroad bridge. We have done, if you've seen these columns and caps along I-77 right there where the railroad bridge is, we've completed columns and caps on bents 2, 3, and 4, and we've got piles and caps on bent 6 on the west side complete. And then we've also included all of the borrow, which is the far left picture there, on bent 1 on the east side. So that pile and cap is on the west side. You can see that in the bottom right picture. And that'll be the landing on the west side for the railroad bridge. I'm trying to give you some context there. When you're seeing these construction items out in the field, it's easier a little bit to know kind of what's going on. So if you have any questions, feel free. So I'm not trying to do a deep dive here. Upcoming work for the railroad bridge, piles and cap on bent 1, columns and cap on bent 5, and we're going to finish setting all the girders on the other bents in the next 2 months. And the girders are those beams that are going across the interstate. That's what we've done in the night, at night on those. So we've done some rolling roadblocks and some detours in the middle of the night for those girder installations. But those will be finished in the next 2 months. These are just some aerial photos that I received from the drone of the current construction out there. We've got the railroad bridge, and you can see those girders going over I-77 North. This is the view looking south. And then these are those girders. I just want you to note, I know we talk about how long construction projects take to build sometimes, and the girders there, you can see those men that are working on those girders. Those girders are almost 10 feet tall, each one, and there's 6 girders per side. So this is a massive construction, but when you're driving underneath it, it's actually pretty far away. You don't really notice how big that is until you see a man standing there next to it. So it's a little bit impressive. I do have an aerial drone shot, but I won't worry with that right now. Project schedule, we're looking for that railroad bridge over I-77 completion. That'll be substantially complete November of 25. And the community road will be opened back up to traffic April 2026 or March 31st, actually, 2026, is the day that it will end closure. The US 21 realignment will be complete November of 26. And then all interchange and remaining work, including the widening of I-77, will be complete the summer of 27. This is an update on the at-grade crossing for Norfolk Southern. I don't know if you've gotten an update from Norfolk Southern, but we have been in the works with Norfolk Southern on this at-grade crossing. They did install this over spring break, you guys are probably aware, and they have gone ahead and run the rail over US 21 so that they can do the install of the rest of the work there without blocking traffic and without doing all that. They'll be able to easily cross over real fast and then unload things, and that'll be in one swift motion. They'll probably come do an update, but I wanted to give you some updates just to see what's actually happening out there. And then this is what you would see on Scout Motors Drive. This is the future Scout Motors Drive connecting US 21 to I-77, the new interchange exit 26. I think that's the last photo. This is a brief overview, and I'm Brooks Bickley with the South Carolina Department of Transportation. If you have any questions, I'll ask Mayor and Council, do you want me to accept questions right now, or I can accept?
Yes,
okay.
Sir, I don't. Let's first, any questions from members of council? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions from staff on roads? Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Can we post that to our website?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so
And
we'll make sure we get a copy of that.
Totally, yeah.
Post to social media.
I can leave a copy on this
Issue.
computer, yeah, if you want. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All righty. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. Roads, if you don't mind, we'll get you to the podium and state your name at the podium. Make sure that mic is on.
Mr. Bickley,
Yes, ma'am.
when I found out you were going to be here tonight, I was like, this is so exciting for me. Listen, over on Blythewood Road, across the street from Muller Road School, is that dramatic drop-off down into Scout. And I have mentioned to town council members, one in particular who's actually approached you guys, about putting some Jersey walls up over there. So today, I drove by where you just showed up all the pictures, and there are hundreds of Jersey walls there, and yet there was not even any that you could put over there to protect our school children from possibly driving down it into that crevasse. So it's concerning to me. My kids are grown, I don't have grandchildren, but it concerns me that the townspeople of Blythewood are not being watched after properly. Really, really bothers me. So I would appreciate it if you could look into it. There's hundreds of Jersey walls out there. I counted them and I lost count, but I went home and I calculated how many hundreds, probably even a couple thousand of them out there. So could you not just put a little space in between them and maybe put a couple over here on Muller Road?
I think that's a great idea, and I do think it's been brought up before. So
Please,
that's something that we're
please.
looking into.
Okay, thank you
Definitely.
so much. Nice to
Yes,
see you.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions from the general public on roads? All right, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, next item on the agenda, new business, discussion and approval of a bid for replacement of HVAC units here at Doko Manor. And we don't have Fred here this evening. You all have the quotes in front of you that Fred has provided. Cool Air Broom and Joe Burns Heating and Air. Just a quick update, there are 2 units in this building that are not working currently at this time. From my understanding, we do have the funds available in the CIP for the manor to replace not only those 2, but all of them at this point. One of the reasons that you look at this quote and you see some of the higher costs is because the units are at the end of life, I believe, 13, 14 years old, these units, and as they start to die out, the recommendation is if we could go ahead and replace all of them so that they're on the same life cycle.
So this train one, is that a quote to train?
So the recommendation from the manor, from the director of the manor, he really likes Cool Care. And what they offered, he felt that it would give them the most latest and greatest as far as the capabilities of the system.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman McKendry.
I think at this point, I would usually ask what staff's recommendation is, and you're telling me Fred is a fan of Cool Care, is that?
Yes, sir.
And our current interim administrator has not been involved with this at all?
Yep, these are Fred got these quotes because of the units going out. He was instructed to go get the quotes, bring back to staff. These are the quotes.
So I think the answer to my question would be no. Is that correct?
This process had started before, but to jump into it, the conversation has been including in the overall conversation that we need to get these fixed. But the quotes did not go through the administrator. The quotes came from the manor because we had those units serviced during a wedding when it was a malfunction in here. And that's when it was brought to our attention. He was instructed to get those units because it fell in the current CIP to go ahead and get those 2 done. But since we're coming to council, I felt it would be best that you guys see this and make an overall decision if you want to replace all of them or not.
So this train is just replacing 2 of them,
Mm-hmm.
and then the other 2.
It's all of them.
Replacing all 6. So for Cool Care, this, they're saying it's 99,000.
Yes, for all 6.
And then on Broom, what was the, am I not looking at it? Oh,
Broom is 87,000.
so 80, okay.
87.
So with Broom, 87.
Mm-hmm.
Cool Care, that's the option. 99, and that's replacing all 6. I'm just
You
saying.
got best, better, and good
Right,
when you
right.
look at Cool Care quote.
Right.
Do we know if Broom is best, better, or good?
No, sir. That's just the way Cool Care does theirs.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. If you're looking at the Cool Care quote, the first sentence says, "We have inspected the 8-train split system heat pumps."
Mm-hmm.
And then the best only says to install 6.
6.
So where's the other 2?
Because those 2 were considered to be taken care of under this year's CIP.
So.
So when you look, go down to the bottom, and you see where it says 2, the cost of 2 separate units is as follow. And it's
So-
like 23, 22, and 23.
So then what you're saying is if we went with the best option, it's 99 plus an additional 23.
This is, the 23 would come out of this year's CIP for the man.
So what you're saying is it would be 99 plus 23 to replace all 8 units, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, yes,
but-
okay, no, that's all I needed.
No, but you know, you need more.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
It's in the CIP.
Nope, I'm not worried
For
about where
this
the
one.
money's coming from.
What?
I'm
Okay.
worried about the total.
I'm gonna remember that one. If you're not worried about where the money's coming from, it's two separate budgets.
It doesn't matter, dollar's a dollar.
It does matter. You know. So, do you want to replace the units in the manor?
But you're not comparing apples to apples, you're comparing apples to oranges. You're saying Carrier can get it done, or Broome for 87.2. The other one can get it done for 122.
I just told you what the staff recommended, what they recommended. It is up to this body to vote.
Then I'm informing the body that the 99 quote up top doesn't replace all 8 units. You gotta add more to it. So the question is, if you wanna go with best, with a 25-year life, you're gonna be at 122 versus 87. That is the train worth, what's that? $35,000 more dollars? I don't know.
Use your,
Like Cool Care is actually using a train system, but is this the same train here that we got the quote from? They're using,
that's the provider, so when you look at, show me your
right,
paper.
you see we
No.
got the train.
Yeah,
And
look
it
right
says
there.
a train.
That's who the provider is. They just using train products. That's the provider.
Okay. And is it your recommendation that we replace all of the units?
My recommendation is
life.
replace all of them so that everything is on the same schedule. It doesn't matter which company, just replace all of them.
Mr. Mayor, I'm with you. I'm confused on the quotes in a similar way that Councilman Brock is. The Broome quote is not broken out. The Broome quote is $87,285 to replace all units, all 8 units, with one mini split. That is all on one quote from Broome, $87,285. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
But then we have a quote from Cool Care that is $99,412 for 6 units, best, $94,156 better, $89,165 good, but then we do not have the best, better, good for the other remaining 2 systems. Am I correct?
Yes, but that's just, I think you're discussing on how that company lists their
No,
best, better, and good.
Yes, sir, I am, but, so what, I guess my question is, what are we getting with Broome? Are we getting the best? Are we getting better? Or are we getting good?
You getting the system. You getting the best system that they provide. You're talking about Cool Care has a few more options. So let's break this down. So Cool Care, the trans system, it's the I8I system, and then you have the train single stage heat pump with water guard, top variant, speed, hyper air handler. So you have to really break it down and see exactly what that is. So best is all of those combined into one. So you go to good, and you get the 2-stage heat pump versus the better, where you get the single-stage heat pump with water guard
Where, do you know where the mini split was being?
downstairs. So
But if we go with what Fred wants, there's no mini split.
there is units, so here's the thing, that company looked at it, and then their inspection said that you'll be best with putting a mini split down there. There's the groom's lounge downstairs. It is cooled under the system. the current system. That's just that company's recommendation to put a split.
Yes, sir, but I'm with you. But my point is, we're not comparing equipment to equipment. If Cool Care isn't putting anything in the grooms room, we're gonna be a split system short if we replace all 8. Because theirs is 8 plus the mini split.
Cool Care went and looked at the entire building just as any of the others, and that's what they looked at in their inspection, in their recommendation.
Do we have any of these representatives here before we vote, give them $100,000 of our money?
No, sir.
I have a question. With either one of these service providers, is there a maintenance agreement? I know there's going to be a warranty, but is there a maintenance agreement that's already established, or is that going to be separate? And do we have one with either one of these providers at this time already?
We have an agreement for maintenance on the units. It's kind of like a pay to, as they come out, it's discounted
Service?
rate. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the documents, okay, so also just wanted to notate that these documents are from the beginning of April, so not sure, I would like to think that these numbers don't change that much. But the other question is the train documents. It looks like for application of credit, I don't think that's necessarily for us. Is that correct? I just
No.
wanted to make sure. Yeah, I understand that it might be part of the packet that they sent to us. I just wanted to make sure I was looking at it correctly. And so with the broom, just to make sure I've got the numbers in my head, is with broom, heating and air, they are giving us everything in just one quote, not giving us 2 or 3 options, whereas Cool Care has broken it out with 3 different options. However, we still have to tack on additional. Is that accurate? Is that correct?
Yeah, so you
Okay.
still got, so as I was explaining earlier, you still got units 4 and 6. Those are the units that are broke. Those units were going into this current budget. This one was going to come out of next year to do the entire units. Yes, ma'am.
And Train Technologies is only quoting on numbers 4 and number 6. Their quote is not to replace everything. Either quote.
Correct.
So we have a quote for $20,448 to replace 2 from Train, and $33,828 to replace the same 2 with what I'm assuming is upgraded equipment.
I think those documents are for application of financing. This is what they would finance, 2 separate agreements is what.
No, it says replacing units 4 and 6.
4 and 6.
Now, they give us a leasing option for 84 months. We would never, I would hope we wouldn't entertain leasing any equipment.
Okay. And I do see that this was presented by a third heating and air company. So, okay, out of Winsboro.
So, Mr. Mayor, if the Cool Care is good, has a life projection of 25 years, then I would imagine the best would be how much?
Yes. You sure?
Right, yeah, I'm saying if Cool Care is saying 25, a life projection of 25 years on the good, then on the best and better, are those also 25 years or are they longer?
No, I think everything is still life
25 years.
expectancy 25.
Okay, I'll speak up. So,
Well, I make a motion to approve the replacement of our air conditioning system within the manor. I would make that motion with follow-up of the numbers in which is selected. So
Which company, ma'am?
that part, I would not be able to, I mean, they're within range in regards to, I mean, I would say within a $10,000 range, but a $35,000 is just too much of a gap for me. So I just need more information in order to actually tell you who, and not having been part of the inspection or the actual discussions, I'm saying we need to approve the replacement, but the actual dollar amount, I wouldn't be able to say.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Councilman McKendry.
and Ms. Page, well, I'll ask my question first. Earlier, you said we have 2 units. Do we have 2 units in this building not working at all?
Yes, sir.
Right.
You have 2 units that are not working.
so we certainly have to do something.
So we're currently taxing the 4 units to keep this building as cool as we are. Were you involved with these quotes at all? Mr. Mayor, I would ask that either we get, I just don't want to rely on Fred, who is this facility manager, to go get us quotes to replace $1,000 worth of HVAC when we have a staff member sitting on the front row and the best interim administrator in South Carolina who this should be right in their wheelhouse, and we don't have 3 competitive quotes. Train is not quoting us on replacing the 4. They're just quoting us on replacing the 2 at a $13,000 difference. So my comfort level is, can we get to apples and apples? Because right now we got apples, oranges, and grapes. And I don't want to say because you have 2 units not working, let's go ahead and take what Fred said. Well, Fred can tell me why I should rent this facility. Fred can't tell me why I should buy a 15-seater versus a 12. You can. So I'm just not prepared to vote on spending this kind of money without comparing the apples to apples. And we don't have those.
So I got one
Mr.
better.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
if I may add, one of the first things as it started coming up, I went to look at your procurement policy.
Yes, sir.
What is our purchasing ordinance? And our purchase ordinance basically says that purchases at this magnitude must be approved by council.
Yes.
I mean, this is a council decision. It says that we are to accept the low bid unless the council finds that it is in the best interest of the town to do otherwise.
Which we have done.
So,
We have not
and
always
it's
selected the low
perfectly
bid.
legitimate to do that, because to your question of apples to apples and oranges to oranges, when you're looking at different manufacturers of equipment, different SEER factors, different warranties, best, better, good, there are lots of variables that are there. So it's not unusual that a staff person who is familiar with the facility would make a recommendation. And so I don't find fault that there's a recommendation made to that. What I would like to know more about is what is the recommendation based on? What is the basis of the recommendation?
Agree.
Because it's not the low bid.
Correct.
And so to not accept the low bid, we need a rational reason for that to be done.
And if Train Technologies
Yeah.
would come forward with
And-
the
and-
correct bid to replace the
And
4
I'm
plus the
sure
2.
with proper questions asked, we'll get proper answers returned.
And my question is, do you think we could do that by Thursday?
I think I think with these two vendors, I'm going to make the assumption we don't have a third quote because.
We do. We have Broom, we have Cool Care, and we have Joe Burns.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But Joe Burns
Was-
is simply replacing the two.
That was right. And I think that's what I meant, that we don't have three that are doing the entire
We do
system.
not.
We can certainly reach out and get answers to questions by Thursday. Absolutely. And to not return responses to questions that we advise we must have this
Is a no
information
bid.
back is basically insufficient information.
And Mr. Mayor, I understand. I mean, we've been truly blessed the last 10 days with the temperature in Blythewood and the rain that we've much needed, but summer's coming. Weddings are coming in this building in the dead of the summer, which is going to be hot. We need all 6 units.
And I wholeheartedly support and agree that all of the units need to be replaced at the same time.
Put on the same term.
And then we will put them on the exact same maintenance plan. I would certainly recommend the maintenance plan would need to be done by the provider of the equipment, because if we're dealing with warranties in the future, I do not want to have discrepancies between a person providing the maintenance service and the person who did the install. We would get in the crosshairs of who's responsible.
Right, sure.
And so the installer will need to be the provider of our maintenance agreement.
And Mr. Mayor, I would like to recommend, only because the groom's room is located where it is, and used sometimes, not used others, while this space is being used, I think the mini split idea in the groom's room is a very, very good idea. You're not taxing other systems at the same time to try to cool a space that may or may not be used. And I would recommend that we ask all people to quote a mini split for the groom's room. They wouldn't keep up. Yes, sir. Yes, and blow and cool air in the groom's room, which is not being used. Mini split would force that air upstairs.
Okay, Ms.
And
Gay.
Ms. Page, if you would take a friendly amendment to indefinitely postpone the HVAC quotes till, and obviously till Thursday's agenda.
Accepted.
Okay. Motion made and second. Councilman McKendrick.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further discussion?
What is the motion?
Ms. Page, can you please restate your motion?
Defer to Thursday.
Basically defer to Thursday.
It's
Defer
deferred.
to Thursday.
All right. Any further discussion? This item be deferred to Thursday's agenda with some follow-up. All right. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. Second. All right. What's that? Yes, public hearing.
Don't we have something
We
on
do, the budget.
budget?
Gotcha. All right, item C, discussion and approval of ordinance 2025.005, an ordinance adopting the fiscal year 2025 to 2026 budget for the town of Blythewood. Our town administrator, you have opening remarks for this? Okay, yes, sir. Okay, great. All righty. Ms. Julie, Do you want to go through changes that were made, any updates?
We made in the revenue, under business licenses outside Blythewood, we added $30,000 to that due to the new category of business license expense that we are having to pay HDL companies. They're getting half of this money that they're bringing in. So we said that they would bring in about $30,000 more, and that we changed that in the income. Y'all got any questions on that?
Did we decide to keep them or get rid of them?
No, we're keeping them.
We're keeping them.
Yes.
Ms. Julie, are you referring to 10412450, where we added the $15,000 expense?
I'm on the revenue page, page 1.
I understand where you're at.
Okay,
You're
but no-
offsetting a business license expense. Where is that expense?
It's going to be 104120s somewhere. I've added it.
450.
And it's red, business license expense. So we have to give them, they're bringing in 30, we get 15,000, we have to send them 15,000. Half.
But because they invoice us, we have to show the full revenue. And then we expense
Pay
one
them.
half of that revenue as a payment to
So they're
them
invoicing,
at 50%
they're
of.
paying at 100% and invoicing us for 50% of what they pay.
They're paying
We're-
100,
we're
paying us
booking-
100%.
we're booking-
They issue us an invoice for half of it.
Yeah, right.
So just to be clear, that 15 could end up being 30, and the income could end up being 60.
Correct.
So
It is a corresponding, so whatever happens to the revenue will have an expense of 50% of that number. And so, yes, if it's, $100,000 more, we'll
It'll be a
record
$50,000
$100,000 more, and we'll have an
expense.
expense of $50,000 more. It is a corresponding expenditure at 50% of the revenue.
So as of the end of April, we have collected $16,700. And I get that because on 10412450, we have a $8,361 expense. So that would be for 50% of what they have paid us.
Correct.
Okay, I'm with you. Thank you.
I put most of the changes in red in the first FY26 budget first reading. So travel and training, we were waiting on Ed or I to come up with a number, and we came up with a number of $20,000, and he has the corresponding expenditures and classes and travel that staff needs to take.
Yeah, and if I can address that, you asked to make sure that we were breaking that out, itemizing what those were. Went through every staff member that we have. I evaluated the trainings that were requested and the trainings that would typically be associated with that. Do let me say, professional development, I think, is critically important for us as an organization. I absolutely understand the need to have that more as a zero-based. It's not just a number, it's what does it take to get to the number. When we added it all up, it came in at about $23,000, almost $24,000. I reduced that back to $20,000 for the year. But I think that, and quite honestly, I think you'll come a little under that in the first year because there are dollars appropriated for your town administrator that I will not be using. But we didn't know when that will happen. When does that transition happen? And so I felt it best to appropriate. It's better to have the dollars there and not use them than to not have the dollars that we would need for your new town administrator.
Is that full-time or full and part-time?
We have very limited that we do with our part-time staff. Typically, that's going to be on some safety trainings and that type of training. But we don't typically send part-time folks to particularly out-of-town professional development.
Okay, thank you.
And this also is for the administrative task. It is finance, it's council, Sharon and Jordan in here, and the town administrator.
Right.
Kirk is in another one, and the public works are in another field too. Okay. So we have that business license expense we've already talked about. And that is all I have for the administrative. I'm sure y'all have some questions possibly.
Any questions on the administrative end? Okay. Proceed, ma'am.
Figured you would.
Ms. Julie, on the line item, and I don't think you just went over this one, I want to make sure. 1041, 10, 310, other expenses / travel / training. Two recommendations of 5 and 5, and now it sits at 15.
Okay, the mayor had upped that because of all the things listed in the side that y'all were to be going to the mask meeting and all this kind of stuff. And he upped it, doing, the annual meeting is coming up and we've got everyone going to that, and it's not gonna fit into the budget at 5,000.
Okay, well, then I guess my follow-up is, why would that not be in red?
Sorry,
Okay, well, that's okay. It's okay.
it's red there.
Ms. Durst, how many people responded to you about going or not going to the MASC meeting? 3 people were going? Okay. The verbiage that gives me pause is other expenses. So
It's basically, it's travel training.
I would eliminate the other expenses and then just call it travel and training then.
Done.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Any other questions? All right, good.
All right, we're on to legal and professional. There wasn't any changes there. We're into public works. I don't see any changes in red. Let me see if I have inadvertently not written. No, I don't see anything. And that's where their travel training is for public works, is in this one. Inspections and code enforcement, there wasn't any changes in that one also. Parks and Rec.
Just a second, Miss Julie, I'm trying to catch up with you.
Where are you?
I got it, I'll be with you in just a second.
Okay.
Mr. Driggers,
Yes, sir.
I think during one of the budget workshops, we talked about looking into the signage before the adoption at second reading. Do you know if we've done that at the Hoffman House and the second building? So we could go ahead and plan on spending the money there? Have we looked at that or no?
I do not have an estimated price for that signage.
I just had a note that we were,
Yeah, I mean, typically, Ronnie, you may can help me with this. Typically, we use wooden signage that's, so we don't, yeah, something to that. Yeah,
okay. Oh, that would be both sides? Okay, great. We can,
which would be in line with what we typically do.
okay. So we can
We'll make sure
get
that
those
that's
numbers and
included.
try to get that in here for you before second reading. So we're not looking at a budget amendment to do it.
We're leaving that number at 1, Rich?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hopefully by second reading, we can have a number in there.
Okay.
And Ms. Julie, I think you'll know here, 1043, 183, health insurance.
Yes, sir?
Correct me if, I want to make sure I'm understanding this right. The difference, the increase there was because we moved some part-time to full-time.
It's because we're adding a code enforcement person, a certified planner,
We're adding
And
the
so
full
I gave
Which
it-
carried benefits, full-time
Carried
benefits.
benefits and everything.
Okay, ma'am, I am with you at Parks and Rec.
Okay. And I don't think there was any changes there either. No, there wasn't any changes in Parks and Rec from when we met last. Huh? Yes, that was 7. In the Doco Manor admin, we added an account of rental expense to, initially in my revenue page, it had a negative number in there of 12,000. So we moved it and changed whatever, and it now has got a rental expense in there that when we pay the money to the manor for the town council retreat, it comes out of that.
Question, how was that $20,000 derived? How was that number calculated? Or
Just-
was it a WAG?
I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, a WAG, yes.
Yes, I got it.
Okay,
Well, it was 12 before, we've had that for years, and I did 20, I sent it to Fred, he never, gave a yes or no on that, and so, yes, it was a WAG. You need it changed?
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah. Doing what it costs to
Yeah.
be here like this,
Yeah.
and how many hours, yes.
Correct, I'd like to know what the actual operating cost is for the banner from all the times that the town uses it. And then we need to probably add a 10% buffer or a 15% buffer to that for the special call meetings and the other community events. So if it costs $1,500 a day to operate the banner and we're anticipating to use it for 30 days, I mean, that'd be $45,000. I don't know, that number just seems low. 12 has always been low.
Yeah, it was 1,000 a month,
Yeah,
was that
yeah,
one,
exactly.
yeah.
So I think that that smarter people than me need to figure out what the cost is and then how much we're going to use it for, and then just simple multiplication. That number should go up, in my opinion.
And that was the only change for the admin part of DOCO? And no changes for the attendance part?
Ms. Julie, just a question. This will go hand in hand, which may require a change with what Mr. Driggers, Ronnie, you're going to work on for HVAC. We have 10-7130-440. We've budgeted $13,700, and $1,200 of that is for HVAC preventative maintenance.
That's currently what we pay right now?
That will change, obviously, if we replace all these units. So just for council's purposes, at second reading, that may change. You follow me, Ed?
Yeah. Got it.
Okay.
Just made that part red. And there were no other changes for that part of the manor. And I think we're done with the general fund.
It's on page 10. You on 10?
Page.
You on capital improvement funds?
Now we are,
Yep.
yes, sir. Capital Improvement Fund for the town, page 10. Oops, dang. All right, Ed, why'd we put those asterisks there? Was that to balance that out?
And what does that 40,000 correspond with? What is that 40,000?
I'm asking Ed, he told me to put it there, and I was gonna remember, and my brain has forgotten. I think it was to balance out.
Yeah, it would have to be a balancing entry for,
We have to, yeah, balance the income and the expenses, and that
CIP
was the
revenue.
number to come up with.
Well, I think the biggest reason for those asterisks is we really were showing that the capital, the recommendations from the mayor on the capital items, that you can see in the drop-down box below that, we moved all those to zero at this point. And so there's been no appropriation of capital projects in this budget. Again, that was formerly showing at $5,450,000, and so it was very much elevating, escalating the overall revenue, because we'd have shown that as a revenue and then as the expense. So that was removed, really making sure that we were seeing that number shifted substantially from workshop to going into first reading. That's there. We will have, we have some capital expense and we have to show the expense side of it, because we're going to receive $40,000 on interest. And so we've got to be able to have it balanced. We have to show an expense of that revenue side.
yeah,
Now,
right here.
Where's the offset?
So they
Yeah,
put
don't.
$40,000,
the revenue.
and then they're offsetting it here.
Okay,
Right. Now, if there's concern, because there's not a capital project out there that we can do for $40,000. I mean, and so it's a placeholder, but if the concern is you don't want it in a placeholder, we could move that to a capital contingency, and it could be held there as well.
Why don't you just move it to like a reserve fund, a restricted fund for future capital improvement?
You could do that. I mean, we just have to be able to show the expense side. If we've got the revenue, we've got to show an expense to it somewhere. And the expense can be future reserves, it can be anything you want to call that.
so can you just
But
make
we
that-
just left it in the line item.
Can we just make that line item restricted? Can we?
Just designate that that anything out of capital outlay improvements. So the way that I would recommend that, yes, and you'll notice that in the budget ordinance itself, there's some language there that deals with contingency, use of contingency funds. We could also identify this line item, that it's the same, that it requires presentation and approval of town council to be able to use those funds.
Yeah, Ed or Julie, the 30-8980-039, 37.5, transferred from the general fund to capital improvements.
Had to make it balance.
Yep, it's a balancer.
And that number is reflected in the general fund expenses. Transfer to capital improvement, 109200, 982.
What may be confusing here is keep in mind that we are dealing with 4 separate funds. You have a general fund, which is your day-to-day operations. And then you're also dealing with the capital improvement fund. And so if we have a transfer in to the capital improvement from the general fund, we have to show those recordings back and forth. And so if there's a revenue to one, there has to be expense to the other.
Yeah, I'm with
but we're dealing with separate funds, and I think sometimes that gets confusing.
It does, but we're creating our own bag by transferring the 37.5 from the general fund to capital improvements when we're already going to be earning $40,000 interest there. So you see what I'm saying? We're creating our own bag, for lack of a better term.
That may be what's confusing me. I'm not following.
All right, so if you look at 109200 983, I'm sorry, 982.
On page?
On page 9.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Okay.
Right before we're done with the general fund, we put a transfer to capital improvements fund, $37,500. And we're going to use that upon approval of council for capital improvements. Back to what you said earlier, you're not going to improve anything on the capital side by 37.5. See it?
Right.
Okay, so that expense shows up on the next page, capital improvements fund, which is a separate fund,
Right.
as income, 37.5.
Correct.
And then we're adding to that 37.5 the $40,000 worth of interest, which we're going to earn because of good stewardship of prior councils, right?
I believe yes.
Okay, so that's my point. We're creating, if we just take the 37.5 out, let the contingency, the true contingency grow by 37.5, which is really what it is. We're not going to have this 399110,583 put number to make it balance.
This is the money that we set aside each year for our HVAC, for our roof, for our whatever. We used to do 33,000, somehow it got to 37.5 this year. This is what we set aside for the Hoffman House improvements. 6,000, 24,000, 7,500. These expenses reflect the money set aside each year to pay for capital and
I understand what you're saying, and I agree wholeheartedly, and I've pled that case for 3 years. But if you look back at end of year, for any year, in any of those categories, we've moved no money. We've moved zero money. We wouldn't be in the case of trying to spend $100,000 on HVAC had we moved that money every year. We don't spend it. We put the bag, we create a bag, and then we don't spend it, and we don't save it. We don't put it in a restricted fund.
I agree. And
it just makes,
and
I've
at year
planned for it for
end,
3 years.
any fund transfers that are called for in the general fund,
Should
they
be
should
done.
occur.
And my point would be, do it day one. We have the money. Do it day one.
Well,
Don't
you
care
could.
if you do it first day or last day, but we don't ever do it.
Right.
So this whole sheet right here is, in layman's terms, funny money because we don't transfer any of them. Instead, we come on Thursday and say, give me $100,000 in one shot to fix my 6 HVAC units, when if we would have done this for the past 3 years, we would have the money.
And we've had this conversation, whether we call that a reserve for replacement and it's a transfer that goes over and we use the capital fund to do that.
It is the absolute right principle, but we're not acting on how
We're
it was
budgeting
designed.
for it, but we're not making the transfer.
Exactly.
And so,
Done.
yeah. Yes, that transfer needs to occur.
Needs to occur, and just doesn't.
I cut a check every year from the general fund and deposit it into First Community Town CIP account.
Does it just not reflect here then in the,
Well, I haven't done it yet. I do at the end of the year.
But in '24, we didn't move any, in '23, we didn't move any. If we did, it's not reflected on here.
well, and here's where I think the misunderstanding may be. Because those transfers typically happen after June 30th in arrears.
So what is,
So when we close our books on June 30th, under our accounting principles, we may have expenditures in July and August that we're going to take back
understood.
to that
Understood.
and record those.
Mhm.
Julie, you can clarify, but what I'm suspecting is happening is that that is happening after June 30th. And because of that, they're not showing as expenditures in the prior fiscal
But it's
year.
got to show somewhere. If it's not showing in prior, it should show in current. You can't hide a check.
I believe a different software. QuickBooks is designed primarily for cash basis, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Our whole, whether it's QuickBooks or whatever, that's what our account is
Cash,
basing it on, is a cash
Instead of an
basis,
account
not
basis.
accrual.
But we operate in accruals because we know we can have 60 to 75 days that we're going to book back to the prior fiscal year.
Ms. Julie, what is the balance of that CIP account?
I was just there, hold on.
5.5 million.
5 point.
As of 4/30, it was 1.6 million.
And that's where the interest comes from, correct?
Which generates the $40,000
Correct.
interest.
In April, we got 5,000 in interest for April.
So my point being on Thursday, when we talk about replacing HVAC units to the tune of $100 and some odd thousand should come from that account.
No, that's town. We haven't gotten to the manors.
Oh, that's correct, because we do have two. One is town and one is manor.
Oh,
Correct.
I'm looking it up.
I promise you, the manor doesn't have that kind of money.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
The manor has 1.054 million. 1 million.
In
As of
CIP.
Mhm.
And what was your interest there last month?
3222.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. All right, let me ask this question before we move off of this page to the next. There's still no appetite of this council. I know you guys have zero for the FY26 improvements, capital improvements, from my end, which is a senior activity center, the farmers market, pickleball courts, ball fields on McLean, and the Bethlehem Berry Gym. So y'all still have zero appetite on that. I know I asked Councilwoman Page about engaging the foundation again. Any recommendation from you, ma'am, on the farmers market for us to look at?
It's definitely going to depend on the updated build-out number, being that this number is outdated, and as well as the donor piece that was on the table. So I would say, if anything, that would be where I would tend to lean. I did notice that it looks like the Richland County Rec Center, they repaid their tennis courts, and it looks like pickleballs.
There's 6 of them.
Yeah, it looks really great. I don't know if anybody's been by there on Boney Road, but, as far as the other items, I would say those would need updating numbers as well.
Okay. Yeah, if something changed from the foundation, just let us know.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir. Councilman McKinley.
on 2026 proposed capital improvements, from your 5.4, I believe in my mind, our number one goal from our goal setting was to drive the holistic master plan for the town, including all properties the town owns, and do an overlay that may take us 20 years to complete. But I believe from council, that was our number one collective goal. We didn't discuss any of those. We didn't discuss any of the items that make up the 5.4 at goal setting, but we did discuss the holistic master plan.
Okay. All right, any other comments on the capital improvement fund page? Hearing none, Ms. Julie, continue please, ma'am. State accommodation.
State accommodations, there were no changes there. We did change the Blythewood Historical Society amount. We took that $10,000 out and reduced it to $24,750. We took out the repairs of $10,000.
And Mr. Mayor, Mr. Grigors, was there any conversation with the Historical Society about that reduction?
So, no. So specific to your question, no. The thing that you will have coming to you at your next month's meeting, a recommendation from the State Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee. Because one of the things that they are required to do is 35% of that has to be distributed. Well, I can tell you now, because they've already met, their recommendation coming to you is to fund that at the prior year amount, which is $10,000 more than you're showing. It was the original 34.5 or whatever that number was. And so we have to be careful that if we reduce a contribution to an agency that qualifies to receive the 35%, if you don't send it to them, you got to send it to someone else who does qualify, because you can't keep it. I think you need to put it back.
Not necessarily. I don't necessarily agree with that statement, simply because the 35%, 30, yes.
30%, thank you.
Can go to a DMO, or DMO, or something that generates tourism.
Yeah, I said any agency that would be qualified.
Yeah, but if you took 10 away from the Historical Society, you can just up it to Lake Murray and Experience Columbia.
Of course.
Yeah, so we just because if we up that by 10, we got to reduce them by 10.
No. No.
Why not?
Well,
You only have 30%, that number's a finite number.
Last year, we're getting ahead of ourselves. You don't have the recommendation yet from the committee. Last year you had 2 agencies that requested funds for advertising. This year you only had 1 that requested funds. The other did not. And so you're already going to have to address that issue next month, when the question is going to be, do you take them from 25 to 50? And I can tell you now, my recommendation is going to be, I don't think you should do that, because they're not going to provide you more services for 50 than they're going to give you for 25. It's not how they operate.
So hold on, back up a second.
We just found that out, Donald, last week.
About only one of these.
Yeah, which one do we?
So which one is it?
Well, the one that's still in is the
Lake Murray?
Lake Murray.
So experience,
Visitors
so
The other group chose not to apply.
Okay, so what you're telling me is this proposed allocation of 30% tourism-related funds is incorrect on my sheet that's dated today.
Well,
Until next month.
it's incorrect in that we know those numbers are changing going forward.
Okay.
But for first reading and through your workshops, we've given you the numbers that you
Okay.
said put in there.
So what the committee is saying is leave the sum total the same
Yes.
of 91,656. How we split that up.
And how you split that, whoever you want to give it to, any qualified entity that receives 30%, then that's what's going to need to happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. But they only acted on the requests that were in front of them. And those requests were from the museum and from Lake Murray Visitors Group. And that's not information that we had prior to their meeting last Thursday, I think it was.
All right. I just got one question. I can't remember. I think, Mayor Pro Tem, I think you made the choice, the motion to change 10,000 from the Historical Society. What was the reason behind it? I don't have my note with me.
Well, historically, the $10,000 allocation has been for maintenance and repairs. And it's just been generally accepted that they would have $10,000 in maintenance and repairs. Whether they do or not, I don't know. But I do know that that house was effectively fully restored in the last 2 or 3 years. So I question whether or not there's a need for $10,000 in maintenance and repairs. That was the question.
Okay. But you haven't talked to anyone over there?
No.
Okay. All right. Ms. Julie, I'm good.
So we're finished with SAT, we'll go on to local accommodations, and there were no changes. H-tax. See list below.
So in H-tax, go ahead.
Before we go on from 12,
Okay, back to LAT.
on page 12, the, yes, LAT, the 2251, 10, 375, is that line item, is that all Christmas by design?
That 96, yes, sir.
The 81, I'm sorry, the 63 spent this year so far through April? Was that
Yes.
Christmas by
Yes,
design?
sir. And the proposal should have been in y'all's thing that I gave y'all.
So that is that's the one we had in the budget workshop with the 12 days of Christmas, the
Correct.
prop-up lights.
Correct.
And that is in the 96.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm good.
All right, H-tax. Tourism-related apparently changed on town events. And
So,
we kind of moved things, like movies in the park. We had the mayor did events, and then he did security. So,
all right, so I'll go into this one for you, Miss Julie.
thank you.
And you tag team back with me when we jump in. So under town events, if I'm not mistaken, before, I know council voted to cancel movies in the park, Rock and Red, White and Blue, in Juneteenth of this year. Essentially, those numbers were put back in. I do believe a first edition of this budget showed 0 in those, but we moved it and put that money back as is for those events. So you have two columns before you. You have my recommendation and council's recommendation. Under my recommendation, I'll just go through this real quick because we're showing events and security costs. These are estimate costs because things can scale up or things can scale down in the realm of security. Movies in the park going from 15 to 20, and security costs is 10,000. Christmas light will stay the same. That's been historically $1,500 budgeted for the tree lighting ceremony. We don't ever, I think we spend maybe a few $100s on that, but we will make sure that at least 500 of that is moved to security for this year. Rockin' red, white, and blue, our 4th of July celebration. I don't know where we could really do events anymore for $25,000. This cost historically comes in a little bit higher. Depending on the day you do fireworks, it is $25,000 just for the fireworks. So meeting with staff, wasn't done just with me sitting there in the room by myself, with our interim administrator and Ms. Julie in finance. Me and Mr. Driggers talked about it, and $45,000 seems like a comfortable amount of money to really do our 4th of July celebration. On top of that, there would also be an additional $20,000 used for security for that.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I just want to
Councilman
make sure I'm
McKay.
following you, because based on what you just said, you lost me.
Okay, let me start over.
No, wait, movies in the park, council recommended 15. You're recommending 20 and 10 for security, so you're recommending 30?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, point of clarification. When did council recommend 15, 25, and 25 for movies in the park, red, white, and blue, and Juneteenth respectively? We canceled those events or postponed them.
You canceled those events.
Well, then why are they on here at full funding when they should be zeros?
Then you just hear what I said. I said that you guys zeroed out that. I said we slid that over to show where the numbers were at historically. That's the past numbers.
But the salmon color should have 20K instead of 85K. That would
Well,
be
you-
council's recommendation.
Okay, well, I see that. That's a typing issue. I see your 85, 85. But I'm looking at the chart right here. I'm looking at the bottom chart.
Yes, and it's incorrect.
Okay, by your standard. So, moving
Let
forward.
me clarify as well, is that, yes, we've canceled those in this fiscal year through June 30th.
No, that's for next fiscal year.
I will tell you, I didn't understand that to be the case, that we've canceled them for the next year. It certainly wasn't my understanding. I knew you were canceling them for this year, but not,
Well,
I thought the plan was to come up with a
It was
means
the next fiscal year.
of how to protect and then appropriate as you would choose or not choose.
Well,
I think that's what council said. We're postponing these events until we can get a plan put in place.
Right.
No, the motion was made to cancel these events. If you go look at your minutes and pull up YouTube, it was cancel, not postpone.
either way.
It can be adjusted in any way.
It can be adjusted.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No.
Using your words from earlier, it does matter. Mr. Driggers, please continue.
Why we don't call you.
Well, hold on, you just say that again.
I said, this is why we don't call you, because you take my words and you twist them, and you do this repeatedly.
So you hurt now because I question you.
I'm not hurt. I
Come
didn't
on.
say that.
Man, look here. You really want me to put this out? All right, Mr. Driggers, continue, sir. No,
Again,
because you remember the last time I called you, what you did. Yeah, you said, no, 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 I'm not doing this clip.
That's exactly
I just called to ask you a question.
I don't care.
When y'all hear that, This is why we can't get anything done. You got to pick up the phone. Go ahead, Mr. Driggers.
I have no additional comments.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Page.
I do have additional comments. I think this is where we have the opportunity to lay out the next year. Yes, we canceled this year because more planning needed to be in place given the activities that happened prior to, within a very close proximity for another event to occur. So giving us this opportunity to look at on Thursday with numbers, how we can tighten up, feel more comfortable with the setting of our park and having events. Therefore, we are able to consider, if everybody approves of it, what does next year look like? So I think that's where we need to be looking at this moment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir, Councilman McKinney.
question. So on the same town events chart, Veterans Day, $5,500, nothing for security because that's a day event. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
And the same
And that's usually, the Historical Society does that over there on their side. We
And
just
then-
give them that to do it.
And then the same would be true of Juneteenth because that is a day event, but no money for security.
Yeah, so that security comes out of that.
But it doesn't come out of,
So we have used basically a third-party organization that does Juneteenth celebrations in the past. They do it, we allocate that money in the same way we do for like Veterans Day. We give that to an organization to put on that event.
so out of that 20, they would pay for security.
They have to raise additional funds, sir.
And, okay, all right.
And they're held to the same standard, whatever the security costs in their recommendations.
Yes, sir, for second reading purposes, my only point would be you're in essence cutting Juneteenth.
So, yep, if I could finish, I could explain that. So I'll proceed. Let me jump to that since he brought that up. Juneteenth originally was funded at 25 through conversation with our interim administrator. We recognize we don't do anything to recognize Martin Luther King during that time of the year. Actually, we're closed for the day. But we looked at it and said, let's do an MLK luncheon for that day. So I took $5,000 out of the Juneteenth and put to the MLK luncheon. And then that's an additional $500, and that event will be here in the manor. And then and the second new one would be jazz on the loading dock here at the manor. And that's at $5,000 and $1,000 for security.
And is that a one-time event?
Yes, sir.
Two.
Yeah. No, we moved it to one. Yep.
So is it already planned? Is there already a date for that? Jazz on the loading dock?
No, ma'am, this will be a new one. There's talks with the community partner about doing one this year, but it won't come out of our budget.
Okay, and then on the Juneteenth, the security piece, you may have already gone over that, but I apologize, I just didn't see it lined item out.
Yes, ma'am, so Juneteenth is historically been, we give that money to a third-party organization.
Okay, so they would be responsible?
They do Juneteenth and other related events, and they take care of their security costs, as well as any additional costs that.
And they would be, right, they would be under the same terms of the contract that we have with the other folks that
Yes,
utilize
they
our
have to go through the
facilities.
same and talk with the sheriff's department on
Gotcha.
their own, and
Okay.
format their cost for security.
I do want to say one thing, that 114.5 is the cost of the event. I neglected to put the security amount in there. So I've now changed that number at the top for town events to 152,000. Sorry.
Okay. Any other questions on 13 before I turn it back over to Ms. Julie? All right, it's yours, ma'am.
All right, and then we go to the banner CIP. We can just skip, I think, that back detail page of the manor, of the hospitality tax on page 15. And there was no change in that either.
So, I see what you did.
And also for some other clarification too on that page 15, I have on my note that council only asked for in line item 575, 2,500. It was for the bar and warming drawers, if I'm correct.
Yes, sir, because he already got the ice maker and dishwasher.
He got the ice maker, but he doesn't need a dishwasher. He said he doesn't need that.
He doesn't need it because he hadn't bought one. I know what
He
we were
hadn't
talking
bought
about
it,
the other
but
day.
he said he doesn't need it. But I remember this council saying just the bar and warming drawers.
Okay. So $2,500? Council?
Yep.
25?
You're $28,000
28?
for the bar, $1,400 for warming trays. 24, sorry, Ms. Julie.
24, okay, that's what I said. All right.
I think that's it, Ms. Julie.
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Driggers, anything else to add on the budget? Any clarification on direction?
No, sir.
Okay. Council, anything else to add on budget so staff can follow through before second reading? Okay. As soon as those corrections are made, let's go ahead and send that out. So,
It's done, sir. You want me to do it now?
is it done right now? Send it out to everybody. You good with that? Okay.
That's the way I rock and roll.
So we'll make sure everybody gets it here in a few seconds. If you see something later on,
Yes,
let staff
please.
know immediately so we can change it. And if it's something that needs conversation, let me know before noon tomorrow so we can get this agenda out for Thursday. That work, Ms. Thursday? Okay.
We're taking action on this item tonight, right?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Yes, we
The
are.
ordinance we're taking action on.
Yes, we
Yeah.
are. I'm just making sure that,
If there's anything for Thursday, yeah.
there you go. Because we don't have that much time to wiggle with that agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. So on page 13, on line item 235110-373, is this body comfortable with $152,000 there? Are we going to basically just reinstitute all these events with an additional $40,000 on top of it, when not even a month ago, we said that, given the environment that we find ourselves in, that we don't feel comfortable having events. And now it's gone from 85, our proposal would be 20, to 152. There's a disconnect there. And I'm trying to wrap my head around it. And I'd like for other members of council to,
So your disconnect is in the money amount, so your disconnect is also seeing estimated security costs for these events. You have some increase, you have rock and red, white and blue that increased.
it's not, that's not my disconnect.
What is your disconnect?
My disconnect is that those events should never be on here because we canceled them or postponed them, whatever.
Well, no,
wanna
you
call it.
canceled, so then just let staff, if council wants to erase this, then erase it.
We did, we voted on it.
We haven't voted on this yet.
Yes, we did.
When have we voted on this?
We actually made a motion, and with the four of us voted to postpone or cancel again,
You-
whatever word you want to use.
Council.
These events. Cancel, sure, cancel.
Okay, so we're working on next year's budget, so you don't want to do any events, you don't want to revisit that,
It
so
was
you can't fall back on
You
it?
can always revisit.
Okay, so do you want to do events or not?
At this time, it is not, I do not believe that it's appropriate. You're welcome to ask the other members of council,
Okay.
but they said the same thing 2 weeks ago. It is not appropriate to house events when the town is a tinderbox, just
Yeah.
waiting to explode.
Yes,
Mr. Mayor, let me add.
yes, ma'am.
let me
Councilwoman
add-
Fripp.
Let me add that it was my understanding
That could be
that
taken out
we
of the budget.
put a pause or cancel, we put a pause or cancel, whatever you want to call it, on it temporarily until we could revisit and establish some sort of security plan. So my thought is, if we move, excuse me, I'm talking. So my understanding is if we are to meet on Thursday, then we're going to be talking about ways to move forward so that we can come to some sort of resolution and determine whether or not we move forward in having these functions. I would not like to see us cancel all functions permanently, but yes, I stand firm in saying that we need to place a pause until we can come up with a plan.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Councilmember Kendrick.
So I'm going to kind of bounce back to what Brock said. If I'm reading this right, and you correct me if I'm wrong, movies in the park, council zeroed out, you brought back at $30,000, saying 20 was to actually run the events, and 10 is for security, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Then if you go down the list, the Christmas tree lighting is $1,500, $500 for security, $1,000 for the lighting. Rockin' Red, White, and Blues, $45,000 for the event, $20,000 for security. Juneteenth, $20,000 operated by an outside agency. Veterans Day, $5,500 operated by the Historical Society. Purple Heart, $3,000, $500 for security. Christmas Parade, $10,000 for the event, $5,000 for security. Martin Luther King Luncheon, $5,000, $500 for security. Jazz on the loading dock, $5,000 with $1,000 for security. That totals, to Miss Julie's number, $152,000. This is not including the proposal that you have on fencing and other security measures. Am I correct?
Nope, those are separate items. This is events.
So I'm just trying to wrap my head around, in your mind, after council sees the proposal you have, that coupled with the security costs for these events would provide enough security to move these events forward in your mind. Is that correct?
Not in my mind, in consultation with the right folks, yes.
What is the, you're obviously going to send them to us, what is the total for fencing?
Fencing is anywhere at a high number. There's one high number at like $360 for fencing, and a low number about 180.
Now, is this permanent fencing?
Yes. And it's decorative fencing to match the playground. But
That's not in this budget.
no, that's not, no, that's not in here. What this is discussing events. The concern was events moving forward. You see a cost, and this is what I was afraid of. When you see a cost, you're gonna endure the cost. You're gonna pay to play. If we're gonna have the events, we're gonna have to pay for security. And looking at the rock and red, white, and blue numbers, I mean, your 25,000 is almost the exact cost of what it is for fireworks, and that just depends on the day you pick.
Mr. Mayor, I'm glad you brought up the rock and red, white, and blue. Do you remember last year's rock and red, white, and blue?
I sure do, and I
Okay.
remember what I said too.
Okay. I remember that you said, and it's on Facebook, that there was going to be an after-action report for that event. And I would like to ask the other members of council, has anyone seen this report that we were promised 9 months ago? Ms. Page?
No, and you don't went through this already.
Oh,
Everybody
I'm
says no.
asking.
So
Okay.
let me, you ask the source, ask me.
Why have we
You
not?
got a report on everything because you actually said Barbara Ball is gonna get to the bottom of it. Okay, so you seen the reports where the sheriff's department got a kid that popped a pop gun, a firework pop gun, they got it, it was cooled down immediately. That's the incident that happened in the park.
Hold on. Are you?
I said what recommendations moving forward that we put fencing. You've been on council a little bit longer than me, and you always heard about fencing around this park. So now we're finally having that conversation on fencing around the park. We didn't really have gates until we got the state earmark money. So then we get the gates in. So these are ongoing things that has always come up and talked about. But the whole remit of the situation is the increased cost in security. How many sheriff's deputies been here for the past couple 4th of Julys? Since you throwing numbers out, do you know that number?
I don't know.
No, because you never asked that number. But now you're asking these numbers, and we're having to do a deep dive. Is it a situation? Yes. So the bottom line is, how much are you willing to pay for the cost that's recommended for security?
Actually, I'm asking for the after-action report that you told us we were going to get, and you tell me that I am supposed to get it out of Ms. Ball's newspaper.
Do you want to go find your quotes?
I don't know
Okay,
what
so
you're talking
the after-action report, what were you looking for?
I
You
don't-
got
I
it
don't
from
know.
the sheriff's department. You
No, I
got the
didn't get
sheriff's
anything
department.
from the sheriff's
So you don't know what happened on that 4th of July.
No, there was supposed to be a report delivered to our inbox. There hasn't been.
So you don't know anything on what happened after the 4th of July, that incident?
No.
Okay. All right, let's move on. Are you done making your point? So we can move on to a vote.
I would recommend that the events change to $20,000 as council recommended.
Is that a consensus of the members of council?
You'll need to speak to them.
I'm asking right now.
As a point of order, we are no longer in workshop.
Yes.
We are at first reading of the ordinance.
But this isn't what we discussed in workshop, Mr. Draper.
Then it needs to be amended.
So can you amend the ordinance before you pass it?
Well, you need a motion to adopt the ordinance with amendments.
Okay.
And in those amendments, if that's to be changed, that would be excluded. But again, we've moved from workshop, where we use consensus, to action item. And the action item has the budget as an attachment A, to the ordinance. And to do anything different, it needs to be amended.
So, and that's fine.
You okay with that?
So, but where we are is from workshop consensus to first reading of an ordinance, additions that were added to consensus that we knew nothing about.
Yes, the answer to
Okay.
that, yes. I think the answer to that is yes.
Okay.
That where from the last workshop to here, there are some numbers that are different. If you are not in agreement with those numbers, then we would just simply a motion to amend that it would go from a number that's listed to a different number, or it would go to 0 or omitted. And we will record those, if it passes, that those amendments pass, then we would record those, and then at second reading, they will be as amended from tonight.
So, Mr.
All
Mayor,
right, so let me, before you making a motion.
I was getting ready to.
Okay, let me say this before your motion. The most complicated thing with this sheet from past years to now is looking at this and trying to figure out, in the past, we never had to really show mayor, council, first reading. To break this down like this, we're trying to break this down in the Excel sheets and show where my recommendations, your recommendations. You've seen where numbers have been crossed up all through this Excel spreadsheet. The consensus of the first reading have been really holistically all you guys' numbered, ladies and gentlemen's numbers in here. My numbers here is to show you what it would look like doing it, funding it with security. Your numbers in here should have been at that 0 on those events, and that's why I started out with that explanation there. Should have been 0 on that. But you can make that motion amended once we recommend it. But you now see something that you haven't seen before, and that's a recommended security cost for these events.
So again, for point of clarification, under that pink column or salmon or whatever you want to call that number, I'm sorry, the gold at the
gold
end.
numbers.
The gold number. If there is a number recorded in that gold column that you do not agree with, then there would be a motion to amend that number. Tonight, we will strike through it and we will put in your amended number. That is the number that you will see next month at second reading. And then you have also that night the opportunity to make amendments to that final reading.
Pete?
I think you can do it. If the motion to adopt is with amendments, then you would consider all the amendments.
So, Mr. Mayor, the quotes you're going to present to us for Thursday night's meeting, is it your intent to have those in this budget?
If it pleases the council, I'm delivering what you guys have asked. So if it pleases the council, that's up for you all to put that in the budget.
I would like to make a motion to defer the approval or voting of the first reading until Thursday night, when we've had a chance to look at the security numbers and those plans, because I feel like all the numbers are going to change. And if we am just waiting till Thursday, when we can have that discussion and go through all that information that will be provided to us, and along with this, we will then have a more suitable budget at first reading to approve.
All right,
That's my
motion
motion.
made, motion on the floor to defer first reading until Thursday. I'll be looking for a second. All right, hearing no second. Motion fails. All right, Councilman McKendrick, you was finna make a motion earlier. Does that still stand?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion that we approve the presented budget as amended this evening with one additional amendment, and that is taking item 20-5110-373 back to 0 until council has approved such security plans and has a full picture of what funding events in the park would look like, which would include security.
Is that all events?
That is all the events on 23-5110-373.
Okay. 0, yeah, that's the recommendation. So instead of the 20, I think Pro Tem was saying, is 0.
So again, where it's in red right now, and it says 114.5, Julie amended it to 152.
152.
Okay, the amendment is
Now it is
0.
Yes. Now,
Okay,
based on what you said,
okay,
we come back and we have the pieces of the puzzle that are laid out. Now, we're amending that and putting back in what we feasibly think
at
can be done.
second reading.
At second reading,
Yes,
versus
sir.
going into these events and trying to tear them apart and say, we think a parade is safer than rocking red, white, and blue. We'll have all the pieces of the puzzle on Thursday. We can make the proper amendment accordingly. That's
Okay.
my motion, sir.
So if that 152 is not an expense, where do you want us to
Contingency.
placehold that?
That would go to contingency.
And there is not one, so you're asking us to create a
No,
contingency?
no, it would, well, we named
Well,
it something.
because we're in the hospitality fund.
Correct.
And
Ultimately, it would go, yes, sir, it would go to,
well,
Which made it 491,153
yeah,
under
from
tourism.
what I'm hearing, and I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, if indeed we move that to account 375, that account is titled tourism related. What I believe I'm hearing is that it would be titled contingency.
you can still, I mean, we could leave it alone because that is the difference between revenue and all other expenses.
Okay,
in
so
hospitality.
we're not looking at changing the title of the account, 375.
No.
Just placing the 150,
Actually, it's.
well,
gonna
it'll
a different-
it'll
yeah,
actually be the 114.
It is,
because
because you got a balance.
the others is already in
That's
there.
correct.
The other is already in there.
That's correct.
Julia, were we clear?
Yeah, I got 491,513 in the 375, and we've
Okay.
got a 654,000
So again-
income and expenses.
So again, as I understand, the motion is to adopt with the amendment of changing that from 152 or 114 to 0, and you'll reconsider at second reading. But for this passage, that's the amendment.
Mr. Councilman Kendrick, I'd like to make some additional friendly amendments. On page 8, line item 10712250 is currently sitting at 20. I would amend that to at least 24.
I'm
Which
sorry, what
one?
was your line item?
The town council meeting thing?
Rental expense, yes.
Okay.
It's currently in red in 20. I would recommend upping that to 24. And that number would probably go higher, but I think that's a good starting point.
Okay.
2,000 a month.
24,000.
Do you accept that amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next amendment I would make is on page,
So I'm changing the manor rental income on the general fund revenue page.
yes.
Let me ask you a question, sir. That 20, I know earlier you questioned it at 20. How did you get 24?
Well, if council has 12 meetings a month and planning commission and the combination of planning commission, bar, and BZA have about one a month on average, that's 2 times 1,000, 2,000 times 12, 24. Fred texted me a minute ago that it costs about $1,000 to operate the manor. That's how I got that number.
Great.
I would agree with you, Councilman Brock. That number probably is not high enough.
It probably isn't, but it's a
until-
starting point.
Yeah.
And the last amendment would be
We'll put that in red.
on the very last page, 15, 30, 9110, 575, from 10,000 to 2,500, which you may have made that change, but I don't recall.
That's what the,
The manor,
The,
Manor improvements.
Yes, she did.
yeah, she made that
20,
change.
2,400 is where she put it.
24, I'd probably bump it up a little bit, but 24, 2,500 in that range.
I have 24. What do you want, big?
Again, that's line item 575.
I'd probably put it, I probably would put it around 28,000 just because,
2,800.
2,800, sorry, yes. Just because there may be, gives you a
Incidentals.
little
Yeah.
extra, yeah, just in case prices have increased.
So the amendment is to change that from 10,000 to 2,800.
Correct. You accept that one?
Yes, I do.
Kendrick, thank you. With that being said, Mr. Mayor, I'll second that motion.
Stand by for a second. You got,
And we will make the corresponding adjustment for reducing or increasing expenses. We have to make that over on the revenue side. Okay. So we'll make a corresponding entry to that.
okay. So motion been made, amended and seconded. Any discussion? All right, hearing no discussion, Ms. Durst, roll call, please.
Councilwoman Page,
I still like my motion that I put on the floor, but I will approve this one.
Councilman Brock,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fritz, Councilman McKenrick,
Yes.
Mayor Griffin.
No, thank you, ma'am. Next item on the agenda is the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting. There are two items on the agenda for public hearing. This portion of the meeting is designated for public hearing as required by state law and municipal ordinance. Tonight, the Blythewood Town Council invites the public to comment on the following proposed ordinances. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to address council. Comments must be limited to the topic of the ordinance under consideration. All comments will be entered into the official record, and no action will be taken during the hearing itself.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask for a 5-minute recess before we start the
Yes,
public hearing?
yes, sir. Council has been asking a motion of a 5-minute recess.
Second.
Second made. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it. 5-minute recess. Reconvene at, I'm sorry, 8:36. right, I'll be looking for a motion to reconvene. All right, motion made, looking for a second. Second made. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in regular session for the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting. Mr. Brown, I have Mr. Brown, Hoffman Brown, that has asked to speak this evening. Please, yes, sir, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Hoffman F. Brown III, and I am a resident of the Blythewood community.
Hold on, sir.
Yes.
Point of clarification, have you opened the public hearing for 2025-001?
Yes, sir, hold on one second.
Okay, are you speaking
Thank you.
about the land development ordinance?
Yes.
No.
No.
Okay.
So, hang
Is
on one
anybody
second.
speaking about the LDO?
Stay right there, I got this. There are no members that have signed up for the ordinance 2025-001, the LDO ordinance this evening. If I have missed anyone, give you a second. Hearing none, public hearing for ordinance 2025-001 is closed. Ordinance for 2025.002, an ordinance setting referendum for the questioning of a change in the form of government. Dr. Brown.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I have been a member of, or at least a resident of Blythewood for nearly 7 years, 5 of those years permanently, but going back and forth from my hometown. I'm a pastor emeritus of Baptist Church in Baltimore. I left Baltimore in order to come down here to get away from all of the urban blight and the issues that were related to that. What I'm finding now is that I'm running back into the same kind of caustic environment. My suggestion for this council, this town council, is that you all would find a moderator that can help you all look at better communicating with one another, because we don't want to see how the sausage is made. We want to see the results. And that sometimes has to do with investments, that there are stark differences, but it's a way to do that that's respectful and that leads to, I think, a better result. Having said that, I stand in disagreement with the issue of changing the format of government, and I say that because I lived once in Stanton, Virginia, which was the first city to have the managerial format for leadership in the city or in the town. I was there for 5 years, and the problem that the citizens expressed with regards to that change was that the leadership of the city of Stanton found itself removed from the actual investment of the citizens. So that there was the issue of, if there is, as it stands currently, for instance, in Blythewood, if I have an issue, I'm going to call the mayor or another person who's related to the matter and speak to somebody directly. If you have this form of government, if you change to this form of government, then you're going to be shielded by persons who are not elected, but who are making these decisions. And I have a problem with that, because I think that there ought to be a direct responsible, there ought to be a responsible person directly involved in making these kinds of decisions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cindy Merritt.
All right, I'm Cindy, and I am a 30-year resident of Blythewood Page. I've been here over 30 years, okay? Just to clarify that when you made that remark earlier. But anyway, we're supposed to be a democracy here. And we're sitting here going back and forth. We've got, what, 3 or 4 emergency things on the agenda, and they've all been deferred. Make that make sense. Y'all keep saying you're gonna go ahead You know, you want to get something done, you want to stop security, you want to do it before you implement any more events. How are you going to implement them if we can't go ahead and move through this and it keeps getting deferred? I mean, that's not going to work. And then changing the form of government, that's not going to help one bit. Not with what the bickering and all going on here is. It's been going on since this panel was elected. It's not going to change anything. Y'all want to be in control. That's obvious. We've seen it. Everybody's seen it. Y'all want y'all say, but nobody else is supposed to say anything. And each and every one of you up here, I can sit here and watch people come up to this mic and talk. And when they do, eyes are rolling from each and every one of you. Or you turn around, you look down, you're looking at your paper, you're looking at your phone. You're not paying attention to what the person up here is saying. Go back and watch the videos. Every single meeting somebody gets up here, they're ignored. You may hear it, but you're not paying them no attention. The only way you're going to know what they said is go back and read the minutes. What kind of government is that? Yeah, I'd want to change it too if I were y'all, but I'd rather change y'all than the way y'all want to do it. That's the government I want to change. Let's make it a real democracy. Don't they debate? Don't we debate in democracy when we get on the floor? We can't even do that here. I mean, I don't understand. Okay, let's go back here. Mr. Mayor, what do you think about the change of government? What are your feelings about it? I mean, because it's irrelevant what they think now because everybody knows. They keep postponing the emergency events. It doesn't matter to them anymore what it is. I'd like to know what your personal opinions are.
I've been very quiet about the change in government.
You have?
My opinions won't be respected, but I'm going to say it. You got to find out the truth. And I think that everybody's been lied to about the real truth behind changing the form of government. Communication goes both ways. Am I perfect? No. There's plenty of residents out here that have called me. You have called me numerous of times. You have told me things I need to do. I take that. I don't fuss back. There's staff that tells me things, and I take those recommendations and I move on it because they're here, they're seeing it every day. The change of government is it's odd for it to come up during my time when we are opening the doors where we want to be part of the community. But you heard earlier today where a member of council said they hung up the phone on me. I got you, sir. But I'm going to answer the citizen's comment. And I'm going to waive the times. If you run over 3, I'm going to let you run over as well if you're up to speak. But it's a lie. And that's the best way I could put it. Do your research, find out exactly, and ask those tough questions. We are growing. Yes, we're growing. But the same thing that would happen, a manager would come in those same positions that I was challenged, they'll come back up. And they'll hire for those positions. There's something bigger at the table. And when you get someone and you call, and it was something very minor just to really check up on, nothing contentious, minor. And I call a member of council from my cell phone, and I don't get an answer, it's straight voicemail. I call from the office phone, and they pick up the phone, and it says, hello. I say, hey, how you? No, I'm not doing this, click. That's a problem. When men and ladies can't conversate whether your differences. So that's where we at. That's my opinion. I've been frontline on it for months, but that's my opinion.
I appreciate your answer. And you know as well as staff does, I come up there all the time asking questions. I pick up the phone and I ask questions. You know, what can be done? What can we do? What can we help to make this better? Make everybody get together along. And when we were doing Blight the Boa, we all met up there in the conference room. I looked across it and we were sitting there and I was like, what is that being over there on the wall? Your remark was, that's council's mail. I was like, excuse me? That's council's mail. I said, do they not come pick it up? So guess what? I went up there again the other day. Mail's still there with even more mail in it hanging on the wall. So I would like to ask council, when's the last time y'all have been up there to pick up your mail? I mean, do you know that there's not a citizen in here that have been trying to contact you via mail, snail mail? Some people don't get on the internet. They would prefer to write a letter or maybe even a card, you know, thanking you for something you did. Do you even know what's in there? I'm seriously curious about that because, I mean, every time you go in there, it's still up there. And the last meeting we had up there, guess what was still hanging on the wall? I made it a point to take pictures that night. And it's still hanging up there. So again, I ask you, when's the last time y'all went and picked your mail up? With that, I'm done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next on the agenda, Mr. Kent Broom.
Good evening. I have some notes. I'll try to run through them really quickly. As you know, the town of Blythewood's on a precipice. There's going to be a lot of changes. This has been a small town with a small council making small decisions that impacted small numbers of people. But you're making decisions now that are going to impact a large group of people. People that are trying to make decisions on where they're going to move. Are they going to move here? Are they going to move somewhere else? Are they driving here? What are you doing? This town is about to explode. You're not making the same decisions that you used to make. In the United States, we have a president. The state has a governor. And this town has a mayor. We believe in the unitary executive principle, in the executive. That's the form of government that the people of the United States choose. I do not understand why this council chooses to move another direction away from a unitary executive. Somebody will always be in power. Somebody here wants to be in power and replace themselves as mayor through this maneuver. I don't know if you know, I'm telling you a story about how this town is going to progress, but that is not progressivism. This theory that you have of a council administrator, you need to look up the history of that and how that came into being as part of the progressivism movement. 100 years ago, you got to hear about another town and where this started from. It is not the kind of progress that you want. For example, you provided a great example of this tonight. Executives are decision makers. That's what they have to do. Legislators, council members are debaters for the purpose of creating unanimous decisions, hopefully. And you get to see tonight beautifully, over and over again, the push down the road, where executors are put on the spot to have to make decisions. And they are accountable to the voters. And that's what you're trying to throw away. For example, this $55 issue that I've just read about, I don't know too much about it. I just do a little math in public. But $55 an hour times, I think it's 11 people at 5 hours each, times 20 events a year, that's nearly an event every other week, times 10 years, is $600,000. I think $600,000 is a lot, but it's a lot less than this council has spent on some other things over the last 4 years. And so when you're looking at this issue of safety for people who are trying to go to shops, trying to live close to work, trying to have a community, what are we talking about? $600,000, an event every other week, for 10 years. And you're throwing out some other numbers, so, don't get me on the numbers, but safety, it's a bit ridiculous. So I'm just asking you to act in goodwill. That's what your job is supposed to be. Act for the public good. Put aside your debate. Allow your elected mayor to act as the executive. Spend the money towards the community instead of towards other squabbles. And decide where you want that $55 to line the pocket of. A peace officer or a lawyer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next on the agenda is former Mayor Keith Bailey.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name's Keith Bailey. I've been in this community for over 28 years. I've been attending town hall meetings, city hall meetings, as well as county council meetings for the last 25 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just didn't wake up this morning and this become an issue. Now, there's nothing new here. Now, we talk about the form of government. The form of government, and he really illustrated, the speaker before me, someone, and it has to be the executive and be the decision maker. And I can tell you from my experience, most of the things that get done at the executive level, those decisions got to be made almost instantaneously on current events. Give you an example. The scanner, SCNG, they want to run poles from through Blythewood when I was the mayor. Big poles. They were going to go under the interstate, come up over cobblestone, and run it down to down to where the nuke site was located. So what occurred was, I was in the office, and usually when I'd go to the office, I'd be in the office from 6 to 10 every night, right? Because if I'm involved, I'm kind of like the pig in a ham and cheese omelet. We know the chicken's involved, but the pig is committed. And so if I'm involved, I'm committed. I make sure I do my homework. I do the research. Getting back to the form of government, with our form of government, we were able to make quick decisions. SCNG wanted to run those polls through here. I said, no, that's not happening. And then they said, what we'll do is, he said, well, can we negotiate? I said, no, we can't negotiate. You're not going to run those polls through here. I said, what we can do, though, is that you can give us $500,000 in good faith. I will consider entertaining that thought. Now, just think at 10 o'clock, I would have had to call all the council members. Wait a minute, what do you think we want to do? Well, then the next thing that happens, SCNG comes in, and they say what? They say, well, we can use eminent domain. I said, oh, they've chosen the wrong route in this particular case. Because, my background is 22 years in the infantry. I'm built for fights, right? That was my job. So I told the town administrator, I said, look, they think, he came back, the attorney came back, Jim Meggs, he said, look, they said they'll give us $200,000 in final say-so on what the polls look like. I said, Jim, we want $500,000, and we want the last say-so on the polls, and tell them this is not a negotiation, this is a requirement. So then they said eminent domain. So we went down to Public Service Commission. Now, who would have went down to Public Service Commission to plead on behalf of Blythewood? I did as a mayor. Called in to work, said I won't be there, got something more important to do. So consequently went down there. They called me. The town administrator called me, said, look, SCNG agreed to everything you said, Mayor. Just don't say bad things when you get on the stand. Oh, by this time, I'm burning up, right? I'm like, they could have made this decision at 11 o'clock last night when I was in the office. Now they want to capitulate and say everything is fine. I said, okay, guys, this is what we're going to do. I see the attorneys are sitting there on the front row, 5 of them. Public Service Commission was there. And I said, okay, I'm going to give them one more dig. So I walked by the attorneys that were sitting there. I said, hey, guys, hope you brought your seatbelts, because it's about to get bumpy in here when I get up on the stand, okay? And they was like, oh, all right, all right. So anyway, I say that to say that the mayor and this form of government, that mayor was able to do that. We would have never got to that point. You see, they can't even get their calendars together to decide what meetings they're going to have on what days. So, you know, it takes entirely too long for us to make decisions here in that form of government. And I used to go over to Columbia and watch their meetings, and they never get nothing done. And the county, at the county level, the administrator, he had so much power, you thought he was the mayor of the county, because everybody had to check with him, and he was playing council members against council members. So I'm just telling you, the form of government we have right now is the form of government we need. And it says a lot of things going on. A lot of things going on all the time. A lot of things going on when I was the mayor. But no one ever, the difference between this council and previous council, no one ever took litigation against each other. Because we all knew we were neighbors. And we're not going to do this. We're not going to take our fellow neighbor to court over some disagreement. And in addition to that, how much money have we spent on that? We spent $5,000 on that, what, $10,000? And who paid that? I know if I was a mayor, I'd have said, we're not cutting that check. We're not cutting that check. We spent $800,000 on a 1,500 square foot home on a half an acre. Come on now. And I said, well, why would they do that? Why would they buy that? And then they got that piece of swampland over here, over here that they bought with no plan. So we're out here playing Monopoly with no plan. We're buying all these types of, real estate with no plan on what to do. When we built this particular park, we had a plan. We knew it was going to be here. In addition to that, we had charrettes. We had the public come in and make comments before we did that. Anytime we spend over $500,000, oh no, we're going back to the people and let them hear about this. But subsequently, they've made those decisions, and consequently, I don't know, they drilled down on this budget that we have now, but I was wondering, how many questions they asked? Let's buy this $800,000, 1,400 square foot home over here. And in addition to that, it's a historical home. You can't make any changes. So, I just wonder, why would we change now? There is no need. What we need to do is what they said, we need to change the personnel. And in November, we have an opportunity to do that. And instead of sitting around here wasting time about a referendum about change of government, what you need to do is figure out how we can move the community forward. And that's what we need to focus on, as opposed to, talking about, well, the government's not good, we got too much going on. Good people figure things out. Intelligent people figure things out. And that's what we need here now at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Bailey. Next on the agenda is Mr. Gerardo Cruzado. Thank you, sir. Apologize for that.
Okay, my name is Gerardo Cruzado. I've been living here in Blythewood now since about 2011. I've got 25 years serving in the military active duty. I was stationed here at Fort Jackson. My dad was stationed here at Fort Jackson, who's still alive, by the way. Got total 49 years working for the Department of Defense. I first voted here in South Carolina when I was 18. I went to elementary, every school, all the way through high school here. Went to Midlands Tech for a little while too. So I'm a long-term member of South Carolina, and I love it out here in Blythewood. We are growing very fast. And I'm here to voice my opinion on this change of government. I believe this change of government will help our future elected mayors be successful. It still gives the mayor the authority and the responsibility that he needs to do to perform his duties. It provides our elected council members that we voted for more of a voice and a vote on critical issues and critical decisions. It prevents corruption, waste, fraud, and abuse that you see all across our nations when you got too much power in the hands of one person. We have to have that balance of power, checks and balances that we do at the federal level all the way on down. You got to have that checks and balances. So I'm certainly for changing this form of government that we have right now, and there's a lot of reasons for that. It will prevent, as I mentioned, the corruption, waste, fraud, and abuse that's going on. It provides those checks and balances.
Pete, take it.
That belongs.
Use this, that microphone. I think the battery ran.
Okay, thank you. When it comes to hiring actions, promotions, and bonuses, that should be down there at the supervisor level. Okay, it shouldn't be done at the at our senior leader level here in this town. Blythewood is growing quite fast. This new form of government will keep us prepared for the future, and we'll be in line for what Columbia is doing in the city of Columbia. We see how big the city of Columbia is. And we've seen, we've seen what has happened in the past with corruption in the city of Columbia when we had too much power with one person. I say vote yes to change this form of government. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll get the mic changed up.
Yeah, batteries don't last forever.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next person is Mr. Ed Sanchez.
Mr. Mayor, Council, citizens of Blythewood, it's been a long night. My name is Edwin Sanchez. I want to talk about some of the promises that were made to us back in November of 2023 when we elected these officials here to represent us, the mayor and council. The strong mayor form of government can work. It can work, but clearly it isn't here in Blythewood. For whatever reason, whether it's disconnect, miscommunication, lack of cooperation, collaboration, people can talk about whether there's interested folks in council that may want more power. I would argue tonight, you're right, perfect example of the dysfunction that's happening here. And it seems to me, again, I talked last time about being a leader, is that if you communicated up front, many of the squabbles that occurred tonight could have been avoided just by advance notice, advance information, because a lot of the questions that were being asked by council seem to be reasonable, Mr. Mayor, if you had provided that information up front. I know you talk about what the truth is or what the truth isn't. My hope is that, the agenda items that were spoken of today, I gotta tell you, initially I was very impressed with the fact that we were talking about substantive issues that were important to this community. Things about safety, infrastructure, the things happening with Scout. But then it kind of devolved a little bit, and I think part of it is, here's my perception, my observation for tonight. A lot of agenda items were put on to elongate the meeting and thin out the crowd so that we wouldn't get to this point. But secondly, it really did show the dysfunction, and at the end of the day, look, I run a $500 million government contract locally. The buck stops with me as a leader. So if there is dysfunction in this group and this body of government that represents us, the buck stops with you. And it's your job, if you want a strong mayor form of government, you have got to make it work. Otherwise, you leverage the smart people that you have around you, because these council folks do bring a lot to the table. I could tell by some of the questions that they ask. You need to leverage their skill sets. Otherwise, I would say to the residents of Blythewood that rather than the power of one, let's have the power of 5 and make sure, well, you know what? Like the Supreme Court, there's no, the head justice doesn't get to make the rules. And I can say that being an attorney, right? So if it works for the Supreme Court that they listen to the views of everyone to get to the right decision, that's what this group should be doing. Not one person, 5, to represent the diversified interests, because Blythewood is very diverse. You could tell by our crowd. You could tell by our leadership. We got 2 people of color. We've got 2 women. So let's take advantage of that. If we don't adapt, we will die. And so I would vote yes for change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And last on the public hearing is Ms. Bobby Young.
Bobby Young, nice to talk to you guys. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me. You know, sometimes I think if you know too much, it's a little bit daunting about what's actually happening in our community. But I happen to know for a fact that there's a lot of, I don't know, behind closed doors things going on where people are meeting and putting all their thoughts together. And then maybe just for an example, when the press conference all of a sudden popped out of nowhere, that tells me that the council met before the meeting. And as far as I can tell, that's probably not really legal. I think that's really illegal also. And I'll just say this out loud, and I might go to jail for this tonight. Hopefully you guys will bail me out if I do. There's a woman in this town that one time was called more devastating to Blythewood than the boll weevil. And it turns out this very same person just loves to cause a big ruckus among people, and then the next week it's in her newspaper. Big ruckus among people. It's terrible what our town has gone through. And I'm not the only person that's seen this. There's people all over the county, the state, that recognize what's happening here. Someone is stirring the stick, someone's got their cauldron and just stirring the shit around as hard as she can to make a great article in a newspaper, and we're all falling for it. I'm disgusted by all this. I'm just absolutely disgusted. And I will also tell you, from my own perspective, that I was told at one point when I was the chair of the Blythewood Planning Commission that she would make me famous. And I said, famous? I don't want to be famous, and if I wanted that, I'd do that on my own. So guys, wake up. Let me just say this also, now that I'm totally PO'd, I want to say that I totally trust Sloan Griffin, completely. Yes, he's made some mistakes, it's true. Sloan, you've said it, you've made some mistakes. I've backed him in some of his mistakes and later discovered that it was a mistake, and we talked about it. Whenever I have an issue, guess who I call? Sloan Griffin. And guess who calls me back or even answers the phone or sends me a text? Sloan Griffin. None of these other people ever have, except for Rick McKendrick, I think maybe once. But also, I'm not even going to go there, that's just mean. So I just can't believe that our community is being so divided by such divisive people. It's sickening. I'm against, obviously against the vote. Vote no. Vote no. Divisiveness is causing community members to hate each other. This is horrible. Also, does anybody wonder how much it would cost the town to have a special called vote? How much is it going to cost to do that? Oh my God, we don't want to spend that money. Oh my God, we don't want to spend any money for security. And when I read the agenda tonight, former chair of the Blythewood Planning Commission, I was really impressed by it. I thought, you know, this is pretty well balanced. It's going to take a day and a half to get through it. But then, first thing they did was deferred number 4, the park security items, which is exactly why most of the people are here tonight, because they want to know that our town is going to be secure. But you don't want to talk about it. You don't want to know how much it's going to cost to have cops or fences or lights or cameras or gates, anything. You don't want to know. And so by next Thursday, you're going to have all that information in your head, and then you're going to act on it? Oh, sorry, not even a week from now, in a couple days. And then all of a sudden you're going to act on it. This is ludicrous. And everybody's sitting out here, half the people left, because you're taking up everybody's time doing nothing, just like most of the other meetings. Exactly. So, last 4th of July, when we had that big skirmish in the park, you had almost a year now to figure out what to do about it. You still can't. And now you want to change the form of government? What good is that going to do? This is craziness. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. All right, that concludes. Anyone else that I may have missed? All right. Public hearing is now closed. We will move to second reading. Item A, discussion and approval of ordinance 2025.001, an ordinance adopting text and map amendments to the land development ordinance, the LDO, for all parcels and property located within the town of Blythewood corporate limits. Pete.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council members, I think, Mr. Mayor, I gave you a heads up on this, but I would recommend, I know there's been a lot of deferrals tonight. It's also been a very long meeting at this point. This ordinance is not quite ready for prime time yet. We had the public hearing tonight. There was no one that spoke on it. I would just notify the public that this new zoning ordinance for the town and the proposed new zoning map can be found on the town's website. And I encourage people to go and look at the LDO and look at the zoning map and bring any questions forward. I will say, the ordinance was given first reading a couple months ago. It is a huge ordinance. It is going to replace wholesale the ordinance that we have right now. And I am just making sure from a legal sense that when the current ordinance is repealed, that we're not repealing something that is not getting replaced in the new ordinance. That's what I'm currently looking at right now to make sure that we've got all the parts in place. I will say there are a few substantive changes that are going to come before you on second reading, but it's more definitional things, you know, than anything that you know that our consultant came up with on the ordinance. So, like I say, I would just encourage folks in town to go and look at it, look at what's the zoning districts, look at the regulations that are going to be put in place, and you know, look at that zoning map, because it will be ready for second reading, but I don't think we need to be in a rush on this. So that's my recommendation.
All right, thank you, sir. Council, any comments or concerns?
I do,
Ms.
Mr.
Page.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Page.
Mr. Pete,
Yes, ma'am.
when do you think second reading should be? I mean, are you suggesting that we need to do some focus groups?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just suggesting it just needs a little bit more time. Every time I sit down and look at it, I mean, I come up with a new issue, or I think of a new issue that needs to be considered, and that's what I did last week. It just needs, I mean, it should be on the agenda next month.
And not that
so-
I'm trying to rush it, I'm just trying to figure out, you know, where the apprehensiveness is with regards to, is it because of our vendor? Is it our planning commission needs to work with the vendor some more with regards to the layout and the permit?
No.
Is it,
No,
you
and
know,
and that-
is it that we've had more comments received from
No, ma'am.
citizens with
And that's-
regard, you know?
And that's my point. I have not made this further review that I'm doing. It's not because I'm doing it and I'm not making a bunch of changes to the ordinance. I think the ordinance itself is fine as far as the language and the regulations that are in it. There are things dealing with, say, for instance, stormwater management. In the last couple years, this town has enacted an ordinance to adopt some of the Richland County regulations, and when Mr. Williamson was here, we were working towards becoming a delegated entity, Blythewood having its own MS4 for stormwater. So I'm just trying to make sure that those stormwater regulations that we just recently enacted, and that's one thing I'm looking at. I don't want us to repeal everything that's in the current zoning ordinance without making sure we've got that and got it correct in the new ordinance. And that's really the main thing I'm looking at right now. Not apprehensive about anything. Like I say, I think the consultant did fine. I mean, the zoning ordinance is fine from a whole. I just want to make sure we don't repeal something that we may still need and then put something in that is different than what we really need as far as, like, I mean, the stormwater regulations is one example.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
If I could add, please, we will be faced in coming years with some very serious decisions. You will be faced with some very serious decisions about the growth and the development and the appropriateness of that development and where it occurs over the next many years. We already know, this council is familiar that that development communities are not slow to litigate when they do not believe that the zoning ordinances have been applied as that they believe it is authorized under the State Planning Act and our own ordinance itself. And so the exposures that we have legally is probably greater in this ordinance than any other that we have. And when your town attorney is asking for additional time to make those reviews so that we know once because again, we've already talked about that we're going to need time to train our staff on implementing this. So the implementation date is farther out than the passage. The issue with second reading is that it's the opportunity to make amendments that we're trying to prevent making 6 months from now or a year from now because of unintended consequences. Now, I think you always have unintended consequences with major legislation. Something happens and you didn't envision what that impact would be down the road. And so you're going to have to make amendments down the road. But when you do down the road, it has to go back to the Planning Commission. They're going to have to make that review and make a recommendation back to council. And so your window of opportunity to try to get it as right as you can is now. And again, I absolutely agree. Deferring is very frustrating, but we do want to get it right. And if you pass it on second reading tonight, we'll move forward and you'll have an implementation date, and we're gonna do exactly what it says to do. But if you defer, we may catch a few more things that we just have some concern about from a legal perspective. This really isn't about land use. It's about the language and how it's applied legally.
Agreed. I agree with all of that. Very good. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to defer second reading of the LDO
Okay. Till
till the
June.
next
June.
regularly stated meeting.
Okay. So motion made to defer the LDO ordinance until the next regular town council meeting, which will be in June. I'm looking for a second on that. Second made, any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Ms. Dirks, roll call, please.
Councilwoman Page,
Yes.
Councilman Brock,
Yep.
Councilwoman Fripp,
Yes.
Councilman McKenrick,
Yes.
Mayor Griffin.
Yes, thank you. Yes, have it. Deferred till next regular meeting. Next item on the agenda, item B, discussion and approval of ordinance 2025.002 and the ordinance setting referendum on the question of a change in the form of government. Any comments from members of council? All right.
Mr. Mayor, I have one question for you. You stated earlier when you were corresponding with a citizen in public session, public hearing rather, that the reason that there's a push or a move for the change in the form of government is because of a lie. What is that lie?
Yep, so I don't mind answering that. So it doesn't look, and I said it, that this is my opinion. When you go months and months of issues or saying the issues, your opinion's been, there's been issues, and then all of a sudden you do a 180, and the 180 is, okay, well, we'll change the form of government because we're growing. We need it. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when the council took me to court over positions, that one of the statements you made in court was, we've been operating this way, we don't need these positions. So we're small, we're good, basically. That's what I'm talking about. Figure out the real reason why you want to change it. I get those phone calls from people, and I'll be honest, that's the first time I really have said something about my feelings. My comments have been, reach out to the four of you. You have asked for this. So you four owe the citizens that reason why.
I'm still trying to figure out what is the lie. I don't feel like you answered my question.
Okay, let me answer you again. I just told you the lie is your reasoning.
Okay, what's
That
my
government, what was your reason in the press conference?
What do you, the reason to have a press conference?
Never mind, Brock. Continue your comment, Brock.
So that's the only, I just have a question.
What was the reason you told the public in the press conference? Stop playing. What was the reason you told the people of this town the reason that you want to change the form of government? You didn't answer that question when Mayor Bailey asked that question during the press conference. I was there standing in the back behind the cameras.
We know. I'm not looking to get into a debate with citizens. I'm not.
All right, let me go ahead and finish your comment, since that's what you want. Here's my concern. I never have said anything until tonight about it, and that's the reason why. Okay, because when I say something, it's gonna be torn and twisted. That's my opinion. I put it out. That's how I feel. You put out how you feel, I put out how I feel. And I respect that, the reason on how you feel. I heard what you said in the press conference. I heard what the press conference said. Now, let me ask you this. My concern with this is, this wasn't an item that was budgeted. It's gonna cost this town about $15,000 to do a special election. So we got 5,
Where did you get that number?
who you think? The Richland County Election Commission, sir. It ain't Sloan Griffin numbers. So we got budgeted in FY '25, $500 under election expenses. This it will roll into next year. So if it's approved, you got $20,000 in the budget. You got a regular elections coming up in November. That's gonna cost us about almost another 10 grand. It's $9,800 some dollars and some change. So why not wait and do it on that? Because my understanding with talking with the election commission is we won't get charged for this question on the November ballot because there's other elections going on, so we don't incur that cost. But since we're gonna be the only one, we got to pay full fee. So is it that important to you to change it right now than to wait a couple months? Because here's the other thing. You got a 30-day pause in what was told to me today, because I double-checked my notes. It's going to at least be 90 days before they can do an election. So that puts us at like August the 26th, which is a Tuesday. So what's the rush that you got to do it then, spend $15,000 then?
Mr. Mayor.
No, I got you. Give me 1 second. I'm just talking with Mayor Pro Tem.
It's an important issue, sir,
Why is it an important issue?
because 4 people in this dais feel that it's an important issue.
So why did you think it's an important issue?
4 people feel that there's a lack of communication.
Hold on. Go ahead.
There's 4 people feel like we are in the dark.
So you lied to the people in your press conference.
What did I say that was a lie? We have told you countless times that there is a breakdown in communication from you to this body. Councilwoman Page has said it numerous times. Councilman McKendrick is still waiting for information. The manor's finances are in complete disarray. And yet we're the bad guys and you're the victim.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
I'm sorry, man. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
I'm done.
No.
I'm ready to roll.
No, you're not done.
I am done.
Well, you don't have to answer me, but I'm not done. I heard you for months,
And you'll continue to hear me for at least 2.5 more years.
and that's fine. But at some time, you will get silence. At some time.
Okay.
And it's funny, why, since you want to talk about communication, it's funny. Why you don't answer the phone?
I have told you that I do not trust you, that I will not talk to you on the phone, and I want it to go on the record right now that I will not answer your phone calls. I will respond to you via email on my town email. I'm speaking. Thank you. I listen to you. You can listen to me.
Keep your decorum,
No,
sir. Keep
never
your
mind.
decorum.
I am, but I would like, am I not authorized to speak?
Keep your decorum.
I am, sir. I have told you repeatedly, I will not answer your phone calls. I have told you that you have no political capital at all with me. I choose not to answer the phone because I don't trust you. I have told you that I think that you may secretly record my phone calls. I don't trust you, and until that trust is repaired, which it probably will not be, I have no desire to speak to you privately one-on-one. You twist my words, you've done it tonight, you will continue to do so. So if the expectation from the public is that I'm going to have a phone conversation with you, then I got news for the public, you will be sorely disappointed, because I'm not going to do it. I have been tricked and fooled one too many times by this gentleman, who I campaigned for, mind you, because I thought he was better than his predecessor. Well, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor. So that's why I'm not going to answer your phone calls. And I don't need to discuss this anymore.
To the public, just hold on a second.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Councilwoman Fruit. Yeah, go ahead.
Are we operating on a motion? I mean,
No, not yet. I think you were about to make one, but Councilwoman Fripp been trying to ask us.
You want to go first, or you want to make a motion?
I just want to talk. It's
Go ahead.
totally up to you.
No, go.
So I've sat here kind of quiet tonight, but I did jot some things down. I heard someone in the audience mention waste, fraud, and abuse. And just so you know, I had the honor and the privilege of being married to the Command Inspector General for Fort Jackson. So I know a little bit, by way of marriage, about waste, fraud, and abuse. But when I was making my decision to run for elected office, I was told by a wise man that this seat does not belong to me. It belongs to the people. I've kept that in mind for the past 18 months. This strong mayor form of government can be dangerous. Maybe it's worked in some administrations, but when it doesn't, it allows for one person and their agenda to have a chokehold on town hall. Under the strong mayor form of government, this mayor threw himself an $18,000 Christmas party, paid for by you, the taxpayers. Council had no involvement with the cost or even the invitation list. This mayor gives generous bonuses and gifts to the staff, paid for by you, the taxpayers, with no knowledge of the council, no budget approval, and those bonuses all say from the mayor. This mayor, with no knowledge of the council, overstepped his authority, strong mayor, and hired a friend, knowing that she was under SLED investigation for allegedly stealing money from the town where she managed. Yet he was so determined to bring her to Blythewood to report directly to him, he issued an executive order. This council had to take legal action to stop him, and the judge ruled in our favor. His friend was later indicted on over 25 counts. Then this mayor asked us, Mr. Mayor, I would ask that you have the audience be respectful when I'm speaking. I am a council member, and
Yes,
if they
ma'am.
can't be respectful, then they should be removed.
Yep. In the audience, please hold your
Please
comments.
be respectful.
Councilwoman Fripp, please
Well, if you're not
Councilwoman
removed, then I would ask that you be
I'm sorry.
respectful.
Councilwoman Fripp, please just continue.
So this council had to take legal action to stop him, and the judge ruled in our favor. His friend was later indicted on over 25 counts. Then this mayor asked us to use your tax dollars to pay his legal fees to the tune of thousands of dollars after he told you in the news that there was nothing for you to worry about. Yet you're led to believe that he's concerned about the cost of a special election that would possibly diminish his stronghold on Blythewood. Be mindful of those who call this a coup. I've heard it called a cabal, or even make this racial. Be mindful. There may be a reason that they don't want you to know what's going on behind the scenes. I can, without hesitation, tell you that this has been a one-man show. This council, under this strong mayor form of government, has been left in the dark. The bickering that you see, that you all complain about, it's about us trying to hold this mayor accountable. That's the bickering that you see. However, under the council manager form of government, we have an administrator who is accountable to the entire council, including the mayor, to run the day-to-day operations. We would have a more fair and equitable governing body. We would have much better checks and balances over your tax dollars, And at the end of the day, this mayor, pass or fail, will still be the mayor. He is still the CEO, for some of you who want to look at it in business terms. That part does not change. I don't understand how people think that this council wants some sort of control when what we're doing is saying, why not have a form of government where the control and the authority is equitable? No one is trying to remove the mayor from his seat. He is a duly elected official. But please know, we are part-time. He may not be, but the rest of us, we're part-time elected officials. How in the world would you want a part-time elected official that could change every 4 years to run the day-to-day operations? You need a full-time administrator. Make it make sense to me how it just goes over your head, or you think that we are trying to remove this man. He is the mayor. He was elected by you all. But then, so was I. So is Councilman McKendrick. So is Mayor Pro Tem Brock. So is Councilwoman Page. We were all elected. And if we're trying to gain some sort of power grab, we're asking you to make it as equitable as possible. How could you see that as being wrong? You would not want to serve on any board or in any elected capacity, and you didn't have a say. What's the purpose of having 5 elected officials? It just does not make sense. Hadn't been brought up for a motion yet, but I'm voting yes for a change of government. It makes sense.
Thank you, ma'am. I think Councilman McKendrick, you was gonna make a motion.
Yes, sir, before I do, I'll go ahead and give my comments.
Well, let's just make this easy. Councilman McKenna, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2025.002.
Councilman Brock, I just want to bring this to everyone's attention for purposes of second reading, that Section 3 of this proposed ordinance has a date that needs to be filled in.
Okay.
Section 3 states that if a majority of the votes cast are in favor of the change of the form of government, there's got to be a date inserted as to when that change will take effect. And just legally, as far as positions on council, the only thing that would change is the form of government. Like the Councilwoman Fripp's point, the mayor would still be the mayor until the mayor's term ends. All the council members would still be council members with one vote until their terms end. So all that this is just inserting a date as to when the change of government would take effect if the citizens of the town vote in favor of changing the form of government.
Pete, could that be an on or before date?
I think it needs to be a firm date. I mean,
15 days following the certification of the election.
oh, right. Yeah, I mean, it could be a number of things, but I mean, I think it has to be a date certain,
Nothing's official until it's certified. So once the election is certified, then it is it 5 days, 15 days, 30 days, 90 days, January 1st? I mean, that's what.
July 1st?
I mean, yeah, it's.
When do we have the swearing-in ceremony of the November election? Do we
It's
have
at the
one of those?
November meeting.
It would be the third Monday of November.
Fourth.
Fourth Monday of November. I would move we put that date. If it passes, I mean, the residents of Blythewood.
Right, that's the,
We want a
Obviously,
special
speak on.
election.
but that date still needs to be inserted.
November election. Not a special election.
So are you saying?
If you've traditionally taken oath of office at the first regularly scheduled meeting following the election, then that's what that could do.
That's November 24th.
Yeah, and so if it's, yeah.
So when would that special election be?
The special elections. would
Most
probably
likely in
be
August.
Probably in
August or
August,
September.
mid to late August.
Said the 29th.
Well, it has to be, any special election has to be done within 90 days.
Yes.
If second reading is approved tonight, the special election has to be done within 90 days of today.
There's a 30-day pause and then.
30-day
60
pause,
day.
and then about a 60-day window after that 30-day pause in which to hold the special election.
But no requirement to hold it on a Tuesday.
It is a requirement,
Yeah.
according to the election commission, it has to be Tuesday.
It just has to be before August 27th.
On the 26th.
Yep, so that's why he gave me that date today, August 26th.
Yeah, that's the last date it could be. It could be earlier than that. No less than 30, no greater than 90.
So the language that was given me today, that they need those 90 days to do their process.
So it'll be August 26th.
Yep.
And so the question for the ordinance is that if the election is held on the 26th, usually certification takes place on Thursday by noon following an election. That's typical. And then the decision is, when is it effective? Now,
New council.
you may have an interim, but you wouldn't have a permanent. And least anyone forget, I am not applying for any full-time positions. No.
And so what I'm hearing, and again, I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth, but what I'm hearing is the date that has been thrown out there is that the change, if voted on by the citizens of the town, would take effect on the swearing-in day following the November regular elections.
So that would be
Isn't that-
November 24th. Or would it be the day after the swearing in, November 25th?
I don't know that we need to get that exact, but I mean, if, whatever the swearing-in day, if that's what I'm hearing, whatever the swearing-in day is for members that are elected in the November general election.
Well, that's 90 days later. Council's discretion.
Do you think a search and a hire could begin regardless of this?
Come
Well, as I've shared with you before, I think this question is going to be paramount in the search for either a town administrator or a town manager, because the election decides it's one or the other. If the question fails, you would hire a town administrator. If the question passes, you would hire a town manager. And I think candidates will be very different in each of those circumstances. So I don't think you should start a search until the public has answered that question. Because again, that's the referendum, is the community says yes or no to the question.
Do you have the date you need?
Yes, sir. I mean, I don't know the exact date, but I mean, I think if we can just say it's on, takes effect on the date of the regular council meeting in November. I mean, I mean, I'm sure there's a calendar that,
Brock, you accept that? I'm looking at it.
oh, it's November 24th?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not making the motion, I'm just,
Yeah.
go
No,
ahead.
I'm looking at the
okay.
town calendar right now.
I gotcha.
So the date would be effective
Okay.
November 24th.
So Pro Tem, do you need to amend your vote with dates?
Yeah, do I need to amend the motion or just?
Yes, please, just,
Okay, I'll move to approve ordinance 2025.002 with the change in the form of government shall take effect on the 24th day of November 2025.
Okay. Motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Ms.
Mr.
Dersh.
Mayor.
Discussion.
Mr. Mayor, my only, and you asked Councilman Brock why, and Councilwoman Fripp said why she was voting yes on this. I think it's important, this will only take me a couple minutes. The seat I sit in behind this table is certainly not my seat, it's the citizens of Blythewood seat. I was elected to sit here, and I take that very, very seriously and certainly appreciate the opportunity that has been afforded me by the citizens of Blythewood. I enjoyed serving on the Planning Commission with Brock. I served on the Planning Commission with Councilwoman Page. Until she was elected to this council, I served on the Planning Commission with Sloan Griffin. Until she was elected to this council, I had never met Andrea Fripp. And I am thankful for the opportunity to have done so and count her as a friend. When I ran, many people asked me why I was running. It was a step up from the Planning Commission, and I said the Planning Commission makes every attempt to be transparent, and I hope I can make a change on council being transparent. When the mayor ran, that was the common theme in his election as well. Once the mayor was elected and made the transition from council member to mayor, there was a shift from transparency, which he campaigned on, and he uses the slogan, the town hall is open for business on the day he was elected. I appreciate that. I wish it were true for council members. It is not. Town hall is not open for business for us when it comes to information. On Tuesday, May 20th, after receiving the agenda for tonight, I emailed the mayor. I have the email laying here if the media or anybody else would like it. Because of the items on the agenda, I say, and I'll read my email, Mr. Mayor, will you please provide the information / competitive pricing information on the items to be discussed on the agenda? The longer we have to review those, the better. My email was not answered, and I had no information. It would have taken a simple email back. We don't have the information. We're waiting on fencing. I got no answer. So we come tonight, and there is information that I, as a council member, do not have. That is not transparency. Just give me the information. We can make a motion, we can discuss it, and we can approve it. I, in good conscience, cannot approve spending $100,000 on HVAC equipment without the proper information. The quotes aren't equitable. Use the tool at your disposal. Ed Driggers, use him. He's an extremely intelligent individual. Say, Ed, we've got to get competitive bids for HVAC, and I want it approved before first reading of a budget. That's what a leader does. Transparency? None. During the second budget workshop, I requested information concerning 2 different compensation adjustments that had been given to the same employee over a couple-month period, and that employee's duties were changed with no notification or approval of council. This is an individual who the council hires. I requested that from the mayor, and he stated he had nothing to do with the individual we were discussing, that was done by prior administrators. That night after the meeting, on my way home, I called both administrators. One administrator had absolutely nothing to do with it. Those compensation adjustments were given prior to his hiring. The administrator that was employed by the town told me he had nothing to do with it. He was operating under the mayor's direction. So I was lied to. That's not transparency. We were lied to. Every member of council sitting up here heard the answer. That administrator said VC3, our IT coordinator, would have those emails, and you as a council member certainly have every right to have them. The next morning I called VC3 and I said, I'm a council member in Blythewood, South Carolina. They asked me pertinent information to verify I was a council member, and they asked me how they could help me. I asked for the email communication between the mayor and the current administrator concerning compensation adjustments for an employee. I didn't couch that in a FOIA request. I don't have to. I'm an elected member of the Blythewood Town Council, and we have what is referred to as the right to know. We can ask for any information regarding the government of Blythewood, and we deserve to get it. VC3 could not produce those emails because the search was too broad. In telling me they could not produce those emails, they sent an email to Julie Emery here at the town because they were a prior contractor of the town of Blythewood. I then get a scathing email from the mayor, I also have it if the media would like it, telling me I did not follow his FOIA policy and my actions were intended to embarrass him. Not true. I was simply asking for information to make the decision that I was elected to make to sit in this chair. Doko Manor, the place you're sitting in right now, that has been many times referred to as the crown jewel of Blythewood. Mayor Bailey, other administrations were pivotal in getting this crown jewel complete. Many of you know one of my driving things from when I was elected was to make the manor profitable. Under the last director, we tweaked some fee structures, charging more to use the facility. The town uses the facility a lot, i.e. we're here tonight. My HOA uses this facility at no charge. So in many ways, it does serve as a community center. Any HOA can use this facility once a year at no charge. This facility has operated in the red for as long as I can remember. And tonight we discussed multiple times in the budget, how much do we pay? What's a meeting worth? But when council members requested information on how many times is the manor rented and what was it rented for, and conversely, how many times was the manor donated to an organization and its use, and who was that for? We couldn't get it. We still can't get it. I've requested it. What you get is a hodgepodge of entries in an antiquated financial system that you cannot match up. I can't match up. Ed Driggers can't match up. But what you do see is our mayor donating this facility on his own accord for a banquet. A $4,500 rental forfeited by the town, $4,500 of your taxpayer dollars, because the mayor donates the facility to an individual or organization. Council didn't approve that. Council doesn't know that. That's a problem. That's happened on at least 2 occasions, and I requested the information to see how many other occasions that happened. Cindy, we were very polite to you. We would ask the same.
I'm reading your comment to me on Facebook. It's contradicting what you're
Blythewood
saying right now.
deserves an individual who has knowledge and expertise in moving the town forward. When this council interviewed past administrators, it was a grueling interview process, a 3-interview process. We asked questions about, obviously, their past employment, training, their financial knowledge, their HR knowledge. What do they know about HVAC? What do they know about ATAX? What do they know about zoning? Those are grueling interviews before we offer the highest paid individual on the town's payroll a position. Council members nor voters have the opportunity to do that for somebody to run for mayor. It's a filing fee and you're running for mayor. As Councilwoman Fripp said, what I'm championing is not to do away with the mayor. Sloan Griffin is very good at being the mayor, who is the upfront face person for Blythewood. Sloan Griffin represents Blythewood very well when you're at a ribbon cutting ceremony, meeting people, explaining what Blythewood is all about, putting Blythewood's best foot forward. What he is not good at is the day-to-day financial operations of this town. People get frustrated and call us bickering up here because we kicked the can down the road. Yes, I voted to kick the can down the road tonight because I'm not going to make the financial decisions without the proper information. That proper information should come from a duly qualified person sitting in a manager's seat. That is their full-time responsibility. None of us up here are full-time. Not a person up here is paid to be up here full-time. So why would a part-time mayor try to do this position full-time? I'm not questioning his heart for Blythewood. He ran up here just like the rest of us. But when Blythewood makes a solid decision, we have to make solid decisions to the best of our knowledge. So I'll put off any vote if we don't have the right information. The council manager form of government is currently being utilized in Richland County, the city of Columbia, the city of Casey, the town of Winsboro, the town of Ridgeway, the city of Greer, where BMW is located, Somerville, where Volvo is located, York County, the town of Fort Mill, the city of York, and that list goes on and on. I was just trying to get to those cities, municipalities, and townships closest to Blythewood. Those, and obviously there are other reasons, but those are the main reasons I will vote yes on this motion tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. All right, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Page.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just need, it's kind of like what we had, the meetings over at Town Hall. We were able to engage with each other and see each other. And so I think in this discussion that I have to share with you, Mr. Mayor, it is very important that I'm able to communicate and engage with you. I also would like to speak to our citizens and those on the camera as well. Really appreciate you guys hanging in there this evening. I'm exhausted. I know you're exhausted, but this is an important matter, and this is the reason why we live here, is because we have democracy and we are able to have this type of vote, and you guys get to make the call, you know? So I am sorely disappointed. I am overwhelmingly disappointed in what has transpired since my election in February of last year in 2024. I have served with 3 of y'all, Ms. Rich, Mayor, as well as Brock. I have served with all 3 of y'all on the Planning Commission, some for a number of years. Before you guys got elected to council. You guys know how I operate, you know how I think. And I really anticipated something completely different when I was elected. I really looked to do good for our community. I wanted to do so much more than what we haven't done or even can do. And it's because like others have seen, and it's very clear, our dysfunctional way of communicating with each other. It is not, the form of government that we have right now is top-down. I am not one that can give information. Top-down is the information is at the top to give to the down. That is where we sit right now in this type of form of government. I said, before even running, I was like, we need team building. Holy moly, like please forever. Please, we need team building so we can get on track, and we still have yet to do that. The month before I got elected, it was spoken that once a newly elected council member filled that seat, we were going to immediately have a special call meeting to talk about strategic planning, to look at where we're going forward with the town. I had to beg, I had to ask over and over for an actual strategic plan, and we ended up having to make it an ordinance, so we had one before the end of first quarter of this year, and we will continue to have one every year there forward. These are things that I, as a citizen or a council member, should not have to put in place because of the lack of leadership in order to do so. The other part is the fact that this type of form of government, a strong mayor, it prevents the staff to engage or to provide us information because there is a fear of retaliation, or there is a fear of, or something was given to them in return, and so they don't want to get things in trouble. They don't want to be the one. We are a small town. However, we are not like other small towns with a strong mayor form of government. We are very project-oriented. We have a lot of things going on here to where you have a council manager form of government to where you can have other engage engaged and participate. I am very, very surprised. I'm not sure why nobody would want more people to be involved with their town, or why someone would feel as though that is not good. It baffles me. That part really baffles me. You know, the other part of this is the past year, I've gone to the mayor and I've had a meeting with him, and I said, here's all the things that I would love to do: community engagement, community outreach. I will be the leader, the stewardship of that. And I laid out some ideas, and it was basically not taken and run with, or, you know, allow for that to be, to flourish. You know, the other part of why I wanted to run is to be sure that we had a seat at the table. That is very important to me. We are a small town. We have a big thing across the interstate, and we don't have services. We depend on everybody else. And so for us not to have a seat at the table is lacking. That is the only thing we've got to get what we need. And I would like to ask, Mr. Mayor, when's the last time you went to one of the COG meetings?
I actually have pretty good conversation with folks over at the COG.
Mm-hmm.
So
But from the meeting?
A lot of it is I'm trying to get gateway information set up for us for the signs.
Yes.
And my focus this year really has been at the State House. I've been at the State House to speak on I'm on their legislative piece. Mm-hmm. So I've been involved in it from the State House, having those conversations.
So from the COG meeting, not that they're every month, but from the ones that you, as a board member, when was the last one that you went to?
It was earlier this year. I tuned in by Zoom. Then I got my emails from the legislative side, so then I jumped into just doing the legislative piece of it, which included us.
And one of the questions I asked you was, when you're not able to attend, are you looking at Pro Tem Brock to attend, and or the administrator? Has that been the case?
No.
And, okay. And that's where I get frustrated, because that is why you have the team that you have. That is why we are in these seats, especially from an administrator. We have someone that we are paying so much money to. He has such a wealth of knowledge, and he is being underutilized by tons. I mean, he's probably being utilized maybe 10% of what he could actually contribute to you and your staff and this town. I want to
answer that for you.
Well,
I wanna
let me
know-
finish
Yes,
if you
go
don't
ahead.
mind, sir. I would really like, so the point of this being is that it really pains me to do this, because this is not what I intended to do. You know, and one more thing, former Mayor Bailey also mentioned this piece in regards to having to go to court, take the mayor to the court. And yes, we had to do that to hold the line, in the sense of, you know, I should never have to ask for an ordinance for something so simple as a strategic plan. I should not have to go to our town attorney to get finite details of when and how can I ask for things to be added to the agenda, okay? Even though that should probably be a known process, but for me to have to go through that, whether and why I shouldn't be able to just ask, here are the items that I would like to see presented on the agenda, but no, I have to go to the town attorney to find out what exactly days, how many days in advance, you know, so that's the type of thing that has been happening behind the scenes, and people get upset with regards to the squawking up here or whatnot, but these are the methods that I'm allotted to in order to get things done and asked about. So I really try not to make this the public thing, but today I am. Today I am speaking up. Today I'm letting you see why I'm so frustrated, so disappointed, because we should have been doing something so much different. It's just like the last administrator with the former Mayor Franklin there. I was so disappointed, and that is why I wanted something different this time. Well, boy, did we not get something different this time. And it is very unfortunate, because I wanted things to work, and I still do. I still believe that things can happen. It's just, here we are, you know? So with that, I am for a change of form of government with regards to allowing others to participate and it not be silo and someone else's island for them to dictate. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make one quick comment. I know that'll probably elicit a chuckle from the audience. Nothing we do is quick. But this overstepping of authority did not start under you. It actually started in July of 2021, when your predecessor decided to file a lawsuit without council's knowledge. I do not believe he had the authority to do that. I called him out, told this body that he was wrong, and then this body took action to remedy what he had done. You've mentioned before that, why now? There was no appetite and no support on council in 2021, 2022. Yet, you continue to overstep your authority. It continues today. And the most recent result landed us in Circuit Court of Richland County. I beg you to not execute your executive order number 3. And we went into that executive session office room, and you told us that.
Easy, Councilman Brock. I don't think anything that was said in that executive session room should be discussed in public unless something is waived. That's a confidential discussion in there, and I don't think anything has been any of those discussions have been waived to be spoken of in public. Sorry to interrupt, but that's...
That's okay. You held us hostage, or attempted to. We came back out, every member of council told you this was wrong, that you couldn't do it. You've been given legal advice that you couldn't do it, and yet you proceeded through it anyways. You forced our hand. This isn't the first time, and I don't feel like it'll be the last time. Citizen spoke earlier, stated that you've made mistakes, and you've admitted to her that you've made mistakes, yet I can't think of a single time where you've actually owned up to those mistakes. I asked you point blank, to your face, your butt in that seat, my butt in mine, if you had anything to say about the indictment of the person you wanted to hire, and you massacred us in public, how terrible we were, how we ruined her, her family, her church, and yet there's 20-plus counts against her, and you sat there in silence when all you had to say was, yeah, might have missed on that one. But you can't even do that. But yet you can tell Bobby Young that you made a mistake? I don't understand it. A gentleman mentioned earlier, and I know Councilwoman Fred did, they want to talk about the executive branch, president, governor, all full-time. 4 of us up here have full-time jobs. Maybe we don't show up every day to pick up our mail. But the expectation that a part-time person can run a $5 million organization, it's just folly. It doesn't make sense. Another gentleman mentioned corruption, fraud, and abuse. Sounds a lot like birthday, Christmas, Thanksgiving bonuses to me. Had no authority to do that whatsoever. Yet here we are. Cost to hold a vote in August? Less than a Christmas party that you threw for yourself. All of a sudden now you're concerned about spending dollars, and yet you want to spend $5.5 million to start capital projects that are woefully underfunded. We have to have a trained, educated, and experienced individual to run this town. What you see now in the town of Blythewood is the 10% of the iceberg that's above the surface. The 90% is coming. And a part-time individual, it's just not it. None of us can do it. Collectively, possibly. But I know that Ms. Merritt mentioned we don't show up to get our mail. That's true. I'll fall on that sword. I couldn't tell you last time I checked my mailbox. But I don't get any phone calls or emails from citizens either. Actually, I get 1 or 2 here and there. Respond to those. I agree with what Councilman McKendrick said. You are a great face for the town of Blythewood, kissing babies, shaking hands, in the lobby at the State House advocating for Blythewood. That's great. And I would love to empower you to do that. That's what a council manager form of government does. It empowers you to go and be the face of Blythewood, because you don't have to try to manage 5 departments. You don't have to try to hire 5, 6, 10 people that we have and manage those employees. And then when we expand and we have 30, 40, 50 employees, I still think you can be a great mayor. I just think that we need to hone that focus and hone those abilities and let you go be the mayor that you really want to be. Go kiss those babies. Go shake hands. Go cut those ribbons. Go take pictures. Post them on the Facebook. I'm voting yes for the change of government because I think it's what's best. It should have been done in the prior administration. Wasn't able to do it. But we can do it now, and we can salvage this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, motion. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, Ms. Durst, roll call, please.
Councilwoman Page,
Yes.
Councilman Brock,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fritz,
Yes.
Councilman McKenrick,
Yes.
Mayor Griffin.
No, thank you. Vote passes 4-1. We do open citizens. Hey, to this council, just being mindful of our interim administrator, can we do a hard stop and we'll do open citizens comment? We'll allow those folks that still here to speak and then pick up on the executive session for Thursday. Okay, so we're gonna pick that up Thursday. All right. All right, so we're gonna do a hard stop at the open citizens comment. We have 3, Ms. Bobby Young, Marlon Hines, and Mr. Jeff Taylor. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Marlon Hines.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. So as a citizen of Blythewood, I just want to extend an apology to the attorney and to the interim administrator. They were trying to guide y'all through this meeting, which would have been a less shorter time, but for some reason, it was hard for y'all to make decisions. He asked a simple question: when do you want to interact this? 5 days after the election gets certified, 15 days. We went into a debacle for 15 minutes about that. It took us 35 minutes to pass our agenda to get it to the floor. And maybe what is missing in this town is not just the love, maybe some education. And maybe some of your workshop needs to start talking about your parliamentary procedures, because what I saw out there was horrible. And you can never get past anything decorum on the floor. You can't move anything. I'm hearing people saying, I'm making a motion, I'm trying to figure out what you're making it out of. I mean, we're just improper all over the place, but we're not getting anything done. We're just catfighting like little kids. You got your opinion, I got my opinion. I heard the statement, oh, this seems to be against this person because this person's skin color and all this other stuff. I don't really care. What I care about is my tax dollars and where it's going. And I told y'all this before. We elected y'all in those seats, and we'll elect y'all out of those seats. And I don't care which one of y'all it is, right? But y'all personally do owe the administrator. If I was him, I'd be turning tables up in here. And the attorney, an apology, because this was terrible. An hour wasted, estimated, if y'all just listen to the experts in their areas. Just, oh yeah, we can go with that. A budget, we talked about this budget. I don't know if this town operates off of a zero-sum budget. I don't know, right? I'm not in the know. So, Brock, thank you for that. I already got that answer. And so you're trying to tighten the budget so tight that there's no room for any growth within that budget. I'm hearing y'all squabble over pennies, and I get it. I get the idea that there's funds in one account, you're trying to account, should it go to another account? Should we restrict it? What we did last year and the year prior, should we move it into a rollover account and restrict it? Should we have special policies and when that can be enacted? And all that stuff, that should be done at your homework. We don't need to hear all that garbage. What we need to know is what you're coming up here to do, get it done, and then we get up here and make our comments. It should be about our comments, then y'all go back there and lie to each other about what you're gonna do or not gonna do. We don't really care. But all the mess, and I've said this before, of Blythewood is rolling into the public now. We've had a lawsuit. We had one the last administration. I mean, the Scout Motors, I mean, we should be able to leverage them for bringing larger corporations into this surrounding area, not necessarily Blythewood, but will benefit Blythewood, right? But you think we can use Scout Motors to go and sit down with their leadership to say, hey, this is an example of what it's like coming to South Carolina and bringing a $10 billion company. This is how good these towns treat you. You can't, because every time we turn around, there's always something going on here. This is a mess. And so I'm going to tell you, I'm going to vote for this amendment to change the form of government, all right? But I'm also going to say this. It doesn't mean that you're going to stay in your seats, because I'm exhausted, and every time I come to the meeting, I try to stay low-key. I normally just sign up for the citizen comment because I never know what I'm going to say. But I'm going to filibuster this. How long I got for my filibuster? About 30 minutes?
Keep
All right, I'm
on
sorry,
going. You
attorney.
got
I'm
it.
sorry. He's like, let's go. Okay, that was all I had to say. Please, please, let's work together.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Jeff Taylor. No.
Almost every meeting.
Yeah.
You know, it's way past my bedtime. So I thank everybody for being here and letting me talk. I'm not going to talk specifically about the change in government. I think we've beat that one to death. I will say I'm very disappointed at what I saw tonight. As the gentleman just said, a lot of what y'all brought up should have been behind closed doors. All four of the council members vilified the mayor. He didn't attack any of you. He sat there and he listened. Whether he did stuff wrong behind the scenes or stuff, or, you know, the parties, or that's stuff that y'all have to handle. You have votes, you have everything going on. But most of the people that showed up tonight were here because of the safety of the town. Most of them never got a chance to hear anything about the safety of the town other than we're going to push it off again. It was pushed off from last month. It was brought up. We had the sheriff here. He had all sorts of ideas. And then it got pushed off again. There's people that took off from work to be here tonight to talk about this. They may not be able to take off from work on Thursday to come back because we've had a year since July 4th. We've had how long since the shooting at Waffle House? Let's think about it. Winsboro can have stuff. You know, the rock around the clock or rock around the block, whatever it's called. I went to that one night. I didn't feel unsafe. They have music festivals. Pig in the Ridge goes on, and that's a little town. And they can do that. Why can't we, with the sheriff's department and with other people, have something at the park? Why do we have to cancel everything? What did the sheriff say? How many people were here when the sheriff spoke? And he said, we need to come together as a community, not shut down as a community. And we're shutting down. We're letting them win because we're afraid to go out. There was 13,000 people here at 4th of July. That was too much. I sat in the parking lot for an hour trying to leave. Thank God I have a hybrid and I didn't use a lot of gas. But the point is, planning. For everybody I've talked to since I've been here, Councilperson Page got to hear me one night. I was a little frustrated. The mayor's heard me a couple of times. I'm frustrated. We're not planning ahead. 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. We don't have to think about, everything right now. 1 year, 5 year, 10 years. It can change, but we're not doing that. First thing that I brought up was infrastructure. Our infrastructure here is awful. I don't care if you change 21. I don't care if you change. I sit on Langford Road trying to get out in the morning between 6 and 9 o'clock. If you drive that road, you know what I'm talking about. You can't move. All right? But some of the other things that I wanted, was going through, and I'm looking here, and I'm just, we're talking about public safety, and y'all are arguing about the HVAC system here. Yeah, it might get warm. It might, might not be able to use. It might be a moneymaker. But somebody made a real good point. You can pay these guys in the back who are doing a great job, although one of them did stop me the other day, just to say hi. One of those interaction things. But the point is, they're doing a great job, but they're limited. We need to come together. And I talked to the mayor first thing this evening when I ran into him. I put my name on the list for, the community get together, let's get the people in the community together. The only person I got an email from was the mayor. I didn't hear, no offense to you guys back there, but I didn't hear anybody from the sheriff's department. I didn't hear from any of the council people. I didn't hear from the attorney. Well, I'm just saying, I didn't hear from anybody with him. I mean, I didn't hear from anybody else. I'm old and broken. There's only so much I can do, but I'm willing to help. My community, we've had our problems. This community's had some problems. When you have 75 shots, luckily only one person got hit. And if somebody didn't play the lottery that night, they should be playing lottery. And it's up to all of you, whether the town votes for a strong mayor or not. You know, the impression from most of the people out here was, give me a break. We were so tired by the time everybody got up and gave their spiel about how bad he's done. And, you know, Mayor, I get it. You know, everybody, you're in a bad spot. I've been a manager, I've been in charge. And all of you, I mean, you've got experiences with him, good, bad, or indifferent. I don't have those experiences. I don't have what you've been through. But I can tell you I've been a manager. I've not run businesses, I've run governments, agencies and departments. And it sucks. It really does. So I don't envy any of you, but I do want to warn you, be careful of how you come across, because the public isn't always going to say he's the bad guy. Regardless of what you're up there saying and coming across. And as a public official, not taking another call from a public official, whether you like him or not, I've been on that side, and you still have to take, or should take those calls. I can't tell you what you have to do, but as a member of the public, I would hope that you would. And I'm about done talking, but the whole idea here is please work together. You may not like the person sitting next to you. You may not want to go out and have a beer with them. You may not want to go out and have a picnic with them, but you still got to work together, because there's 6,000 people, soon to be 30,000 people, soon to be 50,000 people that are depending on you as the foundation of what's coming next. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That closes open citizens comment for the evening. As a council, are we okay with making the decision to defer executive session until Thursday? Okay. All right, at this time, I'll be looking for a motion to adjourn. Motion made, looking for a second. Second made, any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Ayes have it. Thank you. Good night.